Yo lo subo, te lo subo. Dale, sí, sí.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Ay, qué época que todo el mundo se siente.
Les pedimos por favor ocupar su lugar. Muchas gracias.
Please sit down.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning and welcome to this second day of our Behavioral Way Summit. This is the event, the most important event when it comes to behavioral sciences in Spain and Latin America. So we'll not repeat what we said yesterday in the introduction, but we're going to introduce ourselves again. I'm Aldo Martinez, I'm Maria Perez Bonmati from BeWay, and I'm Alejandra Velázquez, also from BeWay. We are going to be the ones introducing all roundtables that we're going to see today. This is a very special day. All the roundtables and talks will be interpreted rather, into Spanish and English. As we said yesterday, if you have any doubt, please get in contact with any BeWyer. Then we will have time for a break for coffee and lunch. So yesterday, the food is amazing. Also, we would like to thank all participants, also everyone who is watching us online. We are very happy because we had almost 3,000 participants. So we would like to thank all of you who woke up in the middle of the night to attend the event. We are very, very proud and joyful. And we have people who have shared some words with us, and we are very moved by it. Veronica, one of our colleagues in Colombia from BeWay, said, I could only get online for some of the talks, but I was astonished. It was very inspiring. Knowing that I'm part of this moves me. I think it is a great way to see where to be in the best place possible. We want to go to the next level. This is part of being BeWyers, trying to be better. This is an amazing event. And if the first day was amazing, the second day is probably going to be even better. This is a very interesting and beautiful words because it speaks among all of us. We have many BeWyers, not just here, but also on the other side of the screen. So it is a very beautiful and precise way to represent our feelings. In particular, I wanted to share a personal story. A couple of years ago, I was studying Renaissance art in Florence. I knew nothing at the time about art, but I met a professor. She was actually my mentor, rather, and she taught me what a masterpiece was. Speaking about passion, about motivation, wanting to do things better every single day, the passion that Michelangelo had, working for 4 years with a marble block, 8 hours, even more a day, just to achieve a specific objective. What inspired and created passion on Michelangelo had also a purpose. And for me, that is BeWay. BeWay is a masterpiece. The structure is important, but the people are more important, speaking about the design team, operation team, consultants, and so on and so forth. Everyone who make this possible and a fundamental part of this event, all of those who are here today. We want to keep moving forward. And I would like to give a big round of applause for everyone who made this possible. Thank you. Now, a brief summary of what we spoke about yesterday. We saw about behavioral sciences and different profiles like behavioral consultant, also behavioral analysts. In the backstage, we were speaking about different things. We were brainstorming what was your opinion. And now, I don't want to put any of the panelists in a specific situation, but what Jaime Bermudez said was very interesting, also because he mentioned some of the things that I studied as a journalist. He spoke about the silence spiral, which is something that we studied in my degree. And I was reading the news this morning. I came across article from El País, and I would like to read some of the parts of this article. This article was written by a neuroscientist, Clara Petros, and I must say that neuroscience is related to behavioral sciences as well. We have an amazing team of neuroscientists, Enrico, Alvaro, and many others. Now, the headline said that some agents are using the Dana situation. And it says that when fake news are shared, people try to have a group approval. And this expert says the following: in a tragedy such as the Valencia one, misinformation and fake news is widely spread. When you're in a situation of danger, you want to believe anything that will favor you. Also, she mentions the following, that different political actors have used this and make the most out of it. Actors that know that how words are used changes our nervous system, and this is behavioral sciences used for a bad purpose. Now, I would like to highlight this. We need to be ethical when using behavioral sciences. Now, be careful. These emergencies are used for political purposes as well. Now, here I would like to mention something. In our LinkedIn account, we share many articles. Jose, I don't know if you're here. Yes, you are. So I would mention what Jorge said about conductual strategies. And I would like to highlight this point once again. We need to stop these things from happening. Now, I could keep talking, but I need to give the floor to my colleagues now. Thank you so much. This reflection was very interesting indeed, and it's very in line with what we've been seeing these 2 days. I mean, the power of human beings. Yes, and I forgot to say something. We were going to have Sarah Bru in a last roundtable. She uses behavioral sciences to fight against misinformation. And if tomorrow would have another day, I would keep speaking about this because it's very interesting. In order, apart from Sarah Bru, we are going to have many other panelists, and we are going to speak about things that are very interesting. We're going to speak about behavioral sciences to see how these transform countries, and we're going to travel all around the world, from Latin America to the EMEA region, Africa as well. And we're going to understand how different cultures used behavioral sciences. It is crucial to understand something. There are many different contexts, and this is what creates unique experiences. People, their perspective, their knowledge, this is what enrich the decisions that we all make together here. We are going to listen to different stories, and these stories are a clear example that behavioral change, it's a global effort. We all working for a same objective. When I was coming here, I came across an advertisement, and this advertisement spoke about the types of organizations that we need right now. This is what we're speaking about, organizations that care about people, that put people at the center of decision-making. We speak about clients, employees, stakeholders, and all of those of us who create an impact with our work. People who care about the social impact, also roles such as data scientists, and yesterday we spoke about this. Also, we spoke about behavioral consultants. We need to understand that there are people who think about things that other people don't think about, and these people are the ones changing the world. We need to understand how we create an impact, how behavioral sciences in a team or in an organization change our society. Aleja said it, and she talked about it earlier, and I'm moved again about it. Now, the aim is that you think about what we're talking about today. You have a global network, and I highlight the word global. Many experts that are fighting to change the world in behavioral way. We are a team. Without further ado, we would like to welcome you to this second day of our Behavioral Summit. And we all hope that you will share our perspective and also the tools that organizations will be able to use, but not just in the work environment, but also in your day-to-day lives. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, entonces para empezar esta emocionante jornada.
Well, let's begin with our second day. We'll have a great expert, Diego Valero. He's the president and CEO of Nova Master, co-founder of BeWay, and academic director of the Global Pensions Program of LLC News and the IDB. Now he will speak about the behavioral sciences in Spain. We are going to have Beatriz Prado as a moderator later, together with Diego Valero, and we're going to speak later on about the history of behavioral sciences in Spain from the BBVA perspective. Thank you very much. How are you? Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here. As I said, I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you very much, Gonzalo, for inviting me. But then he told me what I had to speak about, and I felt like this. Behavioral sciences and the history of behavioral sciences in Spain, it's difficult. As you know, it is about perceptions and emotions, so I'm going to speak about my perceptions and my emotions when it comes to this. Now, I was inspired by this, but unfortunately, this is not truth. I was inspired by these two people. Now they are great friends of mine. When I was doing my PhD after the Paleolithic era, I came across a paper written by these two people. In this paper, they were speaking about behavioral economy in pensions. And this is a discovery of a whole new world. People say that the book that was least sold was Dubliners from James Joyce. ChatGPT says this, actually. And I paid ChatGPT in order to obtain this information, I must say. 499 books were sold and 120 were bought by Joyce. This is what was said, but actually this is not true. This is the book with the least sales, and it's my book, actually. This book was published in 2013. It is my PhD thesis. 5 people bought it, 4 in Latin America. So not even my family bought my book. Now, you're still on time. You can buy it. You can buy this collector book. If you want to buy it, please don't buy it in this website. You need to buy it in the American Amazon web because it's more expensive. And I think I will receive a percentage of it. I must say I didn't earn anything, and I must say I don't recommend this experience. When I started working in this area, I felt like this. I used to speak, and they were looking at me as I was a weird guy. This actually happens to me nowadays as well. And now, going back to the beginning of the previous decade, I looked for publications. I came across Enrique Fatah's publications, Pedro Reis, Biel, and mine. It was 2011. Again, following what ChatGPT says, in 2014, University Pompeu Fabra had a program with syllabus on behavioral economics. Now, I could not actually make sure about this. You know how ChatGPT works and how reliable it is, so let's trust it. Now, something is true. Linux, there was a lab in the University of Valencia for behavioral and experimental economics, and I asked a colleague of mine when these behavioral stuff started, and he said he didn't remember. Now, there's something I know, though, which is that in 2014, I gave courses about this. I wrote another book, also aimed at pensions. And in 2015, I did this in Portuguese. And also in 2015, we created the seed of what BeWay is today. We registered the name. Now, we believed in something and we did it. Then in next year, I went to the London School of Economics to speak about behavioral economics applied to pensions. And then more people came on board. Maybe not everyone is here on these slides. Sorry about this. I did my best. I just ignored it. So I must say, I think these were the ones that came on board at the time when it came to behavioral economics. But it was this person who changed everything. He helped me understand many things. Then we'll have Richard Thaler as well. And this is Shlomo. Shlomo introduced me into Stephen Shu. He'll also be here. Then Stephen introduced me Linnea, who's also here. I don't have any picture of her because I don't have any picture with her, but I wanted to mention her. Then Linnea introduced me to Richard. And then Katie was introduced to me as well by Shlomo. And then my last contact was all my work. Later on, we will welcome those that boosted behavioral sciences in this country. In 2019, we worked with them and we created a course. It was a course about behavioral economics, so Linnea was there. Also Peter Ayton, the Behavioral Insights team, and so on and so forth. It was the first actually qualitative jump into the topic, first leap. We had a turnover of 3,000, 6,000 euros, more or less. And then these people came on board, people who believed in this, and these turned the tables. And they introduced me to this guy. Now, he's changed a lot. I told him earlier. And he used to have also pink hair. I didn't put the picture. And this is how BeWay started. In a way, BeWay was a sort of understanding. There's something we needed. We needed something that worked only on behavioral sciences. Now, the way we started BeWay at the time, and now we are millions, the company changed a lot. When we started, we used to do things like this. This happened during COVID. We organized many chats and presentations online, and this helped us to find our way, to actually be more visible, to create something that was more understandable. it helped us to follow a certain path in behavioral sciences, and it helped us to extend this to other areas. Now, I'm not going to tell you the story of BeWay. Most of you know about it. But I will say something. We are in a place that we wouldn't have never imagined. Well, maybe you did imagine it. I left BeWay 2 years ago, so I'm very happy to be here. We started speaking about or making references to cinemas, to the cinema, and now I would like to make another reference. Our story was just as La La Land. Thank you very much.
Sí, okay. Ahí está.
Es un rollo de sí, sí, sí. No, creo que esta es la serie. Además, está lo que quieras.
¿Ya? ¿Ya tienen el mic?
No, es que tengo clase luego. Ya me he saltado una clase por estar aquí. Sí.
¿Qué tal les ha parecido?
So, what are your thoughts? For those of you who love films, you know that La La Land has a, let's say, happy ending. So, let's welcome our next panel. We're going to speak about the history of behavioral sciences in Spain in the bank BBVA, and we're going to welcome Bea Prado as a moderator.
Nos ponemos uno en cada lado.
Esta mezcla es así.
Vale. Ya, a ver si me equivoco.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning. So this was a great start of the day. We still have a lot coming up. And now I will leave the floor to Diego. He will be a moderator for this roundtable, and we're going to welcome the whole BBVA team. Now, I don't have much time, so I will tell my story in just 2 minutes. Anyway, it's a pleasure being part of this roundtable. I discovered behavioral sciences 4 years ago and a half, more or less. And it was during a lunch. Now, I won't speak about this now. I had an interview with Diego Valero, an interview in BeWay, and I would have never imagined that 4 years later I would be moderating a roundtable together. He was a mentor. I learned a lot from him. And then let's speak about BBVA. BBVA has also boosted BeWay's work. He's our client, and thanks to you, we are here today. So a big round of applause to the team of BBVA, because we are here today thanks to them. Now, I will mention the names of our participants, but I think it's better to give them the floor. Nuria Pesquera, can you tell us more about what you do at BBVA? And what was your path? Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting us here today to this roundtable, BBVA roundtable, and I would like to thank Diego as well for his introduction. Now, we are committed to this roundtable. Now, I've been working in the bank for 17 years. I'm Nuria Pesquera. I worked in I'm global head of behavioral economics. I've been working in business area, especially in Latin America. And I've been also working on the Agile movement in the bank. In 2019, I came across an opportunity to be part of the behavioral economics team. At the time, some projects had started related to behavioral economics. These added a value to the entity, so we decided to create a unit. I've been working in this unit for the past 6 years with an amazing team, and now you're going to have the pleasure to meet some of them. Thank you, Nuria. A big round of applause. Julián Rincón. Julián is a client, he's a friend, he's a mentor, and just as a gossip, every 3 weeks we meet and we speak about challenges. And actually, I must say that he helps me more than I helped him. He's a friend. Thank you very much, Bea. I think there's something beautiful about professional relations, and that is to share things, and I learn a lot. I'm very happy to meet people that have a purpose with my colleagues here, Nuria, Quique, Diego. These people want to change the world, and they want to do it putting people first. We have been very lucky to find synergies throughout our path. We are partners, but above all, we are friends and we have a common purpose. Thank you very much. Now we leave the floor to Quique. He's also a great friend. And I know that someone here that has a green T-shirt has a great relationship with him as well. Well, thank you very much. I work with Nuria. This is a very big group, so we all have a special area where we work at. I work in the experimental area. We have a lab, so the idea is to come up with new ideas and then to see how to apply the knowledge that we have and how we apply it internally and externally and how we make it work. I started working in the bank 6 years ago, and I used to work with Rosa. She's the one in green. We started a company in Valencia in 2014. Now you can imagine how that ended, and how successful it was. Well, you have a similar story to Diego, haven't you? I don't know, it was very exotic. A very exotic idea. And we went to some areas and we spoke about behavioral economics. It didn't work very well.
But we actually have that same line of thought, and we thought that this was possible, and we went all in, and in the end, this is what we do, which is what we're passionate about. When Kike started working for the bank, we said, finally, someone who knows about behavioral science, truly, because after a few years and having read some books and so on, we do know some things. But at the beginning, I have to say that we were navigating in the sea of ignorance. Yes. Well, that's what we came here to do, tell stories, didn't we? So when Julián says things, I'm really pleased with what he says. But when I entered the bank, I had the feeling that I knew nothing, because there's one thing which is knowing the theory of behavioral economics, but then you had to make things happen, because I've done a master's degree in the London School of Economics and I had no idea what it was that I needed to do. So being able to work with people such as Julián, Álvaro, who were there from the beginning and knew the business, that's what actually allowed us to channel what I knew, because if you don't have that channel through which you can implement knowledge, then you have nothing, because you only have loads of anecdotes to tell people to entertain them for an hour. That's it. But that's not enough. So I think, well, we'll talk about it later, but I think that if you couple knowledge with business, that's what actually was key in our story. And I'll zip it, and we'll give the floor to Irene, with whom we work very closely. And if you want to introduce yourself, I am Irene Estrada, and I also work in the behavioral economics department like Nuria since 2019, and I am the lead of BBVA Spain's team. And that's really it. I mean, there's a difference between what you know and how you can find your way to implement that knowledge, which is sometimes hard. It's sometimes difficult. Thank you very much. Okay, that's great. So if that's all right with you, we can start scratching the surface, going deeper into what you do in the bank. And it's true that during these last few years, there has been an explosion of behavioral science and its application in the world of companies. In that sense, Nuria, how do you think this way of understanding business has evolved? Something that is now being led cross-cuttingly all through the company. It's not just we do these 4 things, it's actually cross-cutting. How do you think that has changed in general, and more specifically in the bank? Well, you've actually described it pretty well, Diego. It's true that at the team, sometimes when we find it hard to see that journey that we have been going through, I mean, where you have this discipline included in the organization, it's sometimes hard to see it. In BBVA, we have the same situation. It's hard for us to see that dimension. And when we talk to our leaders, and when we try to explain to them what we have done during this cycle, because it's usually a 4-year period, that's a cycle. And now we were rethinking about what we had done during that cycle. And when we tried to find the perspective, actually, we saw that we have changed the dimension, really, from the point of view of the what's on the house. On the one hand side, when I got to this discipline and when we started setting up the team, we were very tiny. We were just 4 people, I believe. That's when the discipline was beginning to be set up in the different countries. It was very small. And that journey was something that we worked with something that Kike brought to the team, which were some scorecards that allowed us to identify biases, and we were explained what they were used for, and we were all using these scorecards. Actually, having a scorecard was better than having a personal computer. When if you didn't have your scorecard, you couldn't really work on behavioral science. And in this process, we have realized that sophisticating the way we work has actually been something that has been quite successful. It's difficult to learn that along the way, but we saw that at the beginning. We were talking about working the relationship really and selling to a client, the experience side of things, and then we realized that we needed to enter the factories, and that has brought about much value, added value, because there are ephemeral things that are a conversation, a message, that is something that is lost somehow along the way because it is lost within the organization. So what we did was take steps backwards. And after 4 or 5 years now, we are very much present in what is being done in the factories, the definition of the value proposition of the products from the point of view of our app as well, because it's our soul and our relationship with the client. So everything is born there. Everything is defined in the product logics and the way of operating and the way of generating a habit with our clients. And that has also changed the way in which the organization sees us. I think that the culture that we currently have in the bank about what behavioral can do in the bank has completely changed. Nowadays, we are not just limiting ourselves. I mean, we are within client solutions, which is business development, the traditional business development. So it's everything really. It's innovation, it's rank, it's change. But we don't just work there. We work in talent and culture. So we have worked in diversity lines as well. We have worked in talent management lines as well as internal communication, cyber safety as well, cybersecurity, which is very important nowadays, privacy, for instance. And I think that the organization has actually understood and has actually digested that this adds value and that it is changing the way in which we relate to customers and how we establish our relationships, and it has a value per se. So I also think that Kike has said it previously, but in this process, beyond the environment and the space that we've occupied, I would say that we have sophisticated a way of operating. We have gone from those scorecards at the beginning, and now I think that scientific evidence, empirical evidence, has actually become a priority in everything that we do. And when we try to describe our essence as a team, our essence stems from that. We have to be fed with academic literature. We always say, won't there be new literature? And Kika says, we have only worked with 10%. There is so much to be used still. We have so many papers to read. When we work on each of the business challenges, we have lots of literature. So we have to feed off of that academic literature, but also we need to use all of the tools that are at our disposal and that we have created to obtain those empirical data, which I do believe have given us much value in everything that we do. The scorecards was actually one night when Juliana and me were working until 9 p.m. I don't know if you remember, but we were working on the scorecards. And we said, no, this has to be ready next week. And we were doing these scorecards. Remember that? Now, I don't know if Jérôme Ribot is here from Go Gloat. He was the inspiration, because he still uses this scorecards, and he has always been an idealist from the beginning. And he really set the foundations for something that we then built on top of. And it's true that people would ask for those scorecards. People wanted those scorecards. I have been given scorecards from friends from other companies, and I said, hey, what are you doing with those scorecards? Those are ours. Yes, I think that knowledge that's beautiful, it can be shared. And I always talk about open source. We have to be a very open discipline that shares, because in the end, it will all be beneficial for everyone. And we talked about that during yesterday when we talked about all of the agencies that are promoting this together, because this is something that we have to work on together. So we are here to invite other organizations who are already doing it, so that they also give it some more momentum. This is this agile on steroids that was been mentioned yesterday. In that line that you have very well introduced, and this black market, this scorecard black market. So how does this evolve? How does this scorecard part evolve? Because you are the organization with more behavioral scientists. We saw around the tables, I think that Sophia is here, our director. She's also a behavioral scientist, and we have defined already 11 to 12 profiles. And we think, how does an organization such as BeWay digest having so many behavioral scientists? It's a complex question, I know, but and another interesting thing is to know, how do you absorb those scientists? How are they to relate with all of the organizations within the bank in such a complex company such as BBVA? Let me see if I can summarize this somehow. Well, first of all, growth has been a step-by-step process, and two things have happened at the same time. On the one hand, we have absorbed the talent, as you can imagine, and Diego knows it. We were talking about it previously. Imagine Spain, 2018. People who know about behavioral economics, how many are there? 1 to 5, or 5 to 0 rather? So our idea was never that of bringing people who knew about this from foreign countries, from the outside. We quickly thought that that was not the best idea. What we thought was that we needed to build a very good system where we could train people who was already in the bank. So that's how what Diego was talking about was originated. We had Linnea, Diego, Gonzalo, and that has gone on. We brought Pedro, who's sitting somewhere around here. Pedro Biel, where is he? There he is. So we brought people from loads of different places so that they could train us and so that we could keep on getting trained. And that has gone hand in hand with the scorecards, for instance. At the beginning, that was actually very good because it allowed us to work on elements that were a bit more simple, unidirectional, such as a scorecard, whether it's good, it's bad, it's got bias. But nowadays, as Nuria was saying, if you want to be on the top of the construction, you cannot have bias. You have to work with the analysis of the decision-making process. So what happens below a decision? You have to dismantle that decision, analyze all the elements, and then think of solutions for that. So that is what we have tried to introduce in all of these new profiles that came from the most diverse fields: engineering, business, I don't know. A very varied field. And I think that this has allowed us to build a very strong, solid team that is linked to what I was saying previously. They don't just know about behavioral economics, they know how to take behavioral economics to where it's needed, which is the business, the construction of financial health solutions, what's cybersecurity, what is human resources. So that union is what has worked pretty well. And then, answering to the second part of your question, which is how do we relate to other areas in the bank, I'll go back to 2018. I got here and said, let's do this. At the beginning it was training, but then Nuria got here in 2019. We have to work on projects. Ooh, we're going to create a unit. Do you know what that is? Yeah. Do you know what agile is? And I was like, I don't really know what that is. Well, resources are liquid. So, and then I said, no, it's not going to work because our organization is not set that way. Can I not take a project, analyze it, solve it, and then measure it? No, you have to work with other people to do that. Okay. And it's been a very intense sort of work, collaborating with business areas, design areas, marketing, data, legal, and you have no authority over them. You only have knowledge authority, not hierarchical authority. So we had to explain to them what governance is, explain to them what it is that we can do, and then defining in each of the projects, how we divide ourselves in it in order to reach an objective. So if it is financial health, what can marketing provide? What can talent provide? What can business provide? And then we go down, we cascade it down, and we work on each of the elements. But that's an amazing work that nowadays is not yet solved, but it comes from the need that we internally have of working in an agile manner. And I think that many organizations are in the same situation. You cannot have an isolated department that works as a unit externally. It's not realistic. So you have, as I say very often, my work is 10% behavioral, 90% governance. And I was talking to Steve and he said, only 90%? Well, that's the situation we're in. So that has allowed us to get to where we stand. So working on the networks and working on business. And if you'll allow me, I just wanted to say one thing with regards to what Kike has said. With regards to the profile of people, we have learned quite a bit during this process because we always had one doubt, especially when we created units in the different countries. We thought, what should we do? A reskilling from within or bringing someone from without? I don't want to be very much a Galician cliche, answering a question with a question, but I don't have the answer. So you have to have a basis of knowledge, but you also need other skills that are very important in organizations because we're not academics, we're organizations. So that means that we have to have other skills and we have to make things happen and we need to understand the business. And if you don't have that, it's very complicated really for things to be implemented and for people to believe in you and for them to want to take you to the next phase. Irene, out of all of these things that Kike was saying, the different fields where you work and so on, that has generated many success cases, but some failure cases as well, from which you learn a lot. But from the success cases, could you tell us one that might come to mind, especially considering this idea that we're talking about here, which is being able to talk to others about things that could be useful to them as well? Well, in Spain, we're especially proud of a project that we carried out with the voice service when you call the BBVA line with this voice bot. And we needed to have people answer in a way that was understandable by the bot because there was much frustration of, I don't understand. So we needed to ask relevant questions so that people would answer something that the bot would understand. And we measured it, and we have histories to tell about the greeting, the initial question, asking for personal data, how we modulated that which people would answer back to that voice bot. And we also have success stories that we're proud of regarding packages so that people would come to the bank. So what is most appealing? What offer do I have to have so that people will come to the bank? And we participated as Kike with marketing, with a team that is dedicated to attract new clients. So we experimented until we got to the ideal solution. And something that we think is very thrilling, we're quite hopeful, is being responsible with the people who are in charge of client service, so client support. So we have analyzed when we have an impact with a client, how honest are we in what we want to tell them, and how do we want to provide them with assistance? So we want to have the right customer service and not be below their expectations because they have expectations that are too high. So that has allowed us to get to spaces where we have gotten to a stage where now people want to work with us, with the behavioral department. You have talked about something that is very important, which is experimenting. So can you tell us why it is basic to experiment? Well, in BBVA, we had a CRO team that already did experiments. So how can we use all of our behavioral experience with the CRO team, and we change the granularity of that of those experiments? We have zoomed out, and now we're capable of experimenting from concepts and prices, communication, functionalities, things that come from that little space where you can be experimenting in CRO. With regards to experimenting and investigating, I think that there is something which is territorially, the territoriality and the feeling of ownership that can be found in many teams, but it can be done in any place. Actually, we have to just look at the instruments, the tools, the channels, the methodology. It is there at the service of all of us, and the hypothesis that you introduce is what changes things. And behavioral economics just adds on another layer and adds on questions. As Nuria was saying, we just ask ourselves questions that have to do with the business, and I think that adds value to the investigation, which is quite powerful in and of itself. Yes, absolutely. I was thinking that it's not just the questions. I just wanted to share this with people. I think that the questions that we ask ourselves force us to improve the methodology. I mean, I'm very much conditioned by what I do, but it forces us to change and improve methodologies, because now we have questions that are on how things will have an impact in physical environments such as the office or the call center. As Irene was saying, when it's digital, it's easier because you can have an experiment that is not contaminated. You control it, you treat it. But how do you do that with an office when you have different offices of different branches? Some of our bank branches are in rural areas, others in big cities. So in Mexico, we have worked with the analysis of differences, and we worked with BeWay to try and understand the more complex problem. So since my question is more sophisticated, more complex, it takes me to experimenting and investigating in a different way. Yes, absolutely, Maria. And that is something that Arturo does as well. Yes, that is something that Arturo does so that you can add elements to the list of things that your brother does. So yes, these are complicated things that had not been done previously, but the scientific method is actually very important. So following along that line, complex situations, cultural differences. BBVA applies behavioral sciences in different countries, and I'll start with Julian. What differences do you see? Are there social differences, organization differences? How do you see it? I think that there are cultural differences. If you go to the Hofstede scale in Mexico, for instance, and I consider myself a Mexican now, they're more indulgent. We are at 100% in the scale. So we don't give any importance to things. So we're very optimistic, and there is no projection bias. And I think, well, we'll fix that somehow. So that's fine. And then there's a difference with regards to authority. And we also feel very far from the authority, which is actually very good because you do obey to the chain of command. It works. But sometimes it's very difficult to say things. And I think that cultural change is quite important as well. But then when applying and implementing things and the interventions, because since we always do it out of curiosity and a sort of naivete, we always look at what's happening, observing, and then we generate a hypothesis, then we just base everything on the academia and the papers and everything, and that can be applied to everything, really. Now, then the way in which we do it, the channels we follow, the cultural level obviously is different, the sophistication level is different, the financial education level is different, but with that instrument and those tools that you have to just fine-tune them and adapt them to each situation. It's also true, Beatriz, that the fact that we're in many different places because we're a global entity, we actually try to benefit from that situation because in the end there are very small teams. For instance, in Colombia we have just 1.5 people, but in Mexico we have over 100 people working on this. So the concept of being a global entity does give us a boost and makes us believe in scalability through the team. So that way we understand that when we run an experiment, if it is something that worries us from the business point of view in different places, we try to benefit from that exercise. We only do it once and it will have an impact on different geographies. So with regards to scale globalization is something that we have actually cared for and been tending to for a very long time. And now we have a LATAM hub in Mexico to try and help countries in Latin America who have less of a capacity. So this mentality of thinking that, thankfully, we are a global entity is something that we have to benefit from. We are not just an entity in one territory. We have to see how that could cascade down or up to all geographies especially those who have less resources. Yes, and we're learning, because if we replicate experiments from Spain to Mexico or the other way around, what is different, what is the same, Spain and Argentina. So what sorts of experiments we know, we're learning this, I'm telling you. So geographically, there are certain experiments that don't really matter. These are universal things, but then there are other things where culture is really very important. There is the big difference. So this global-local structure is great because we're global, but then we have local things that they do in Spain I'm amazed with. So we try to use the pool of experts that we have, as Kike was saying, we try to share all of those things, and that's marvelous. Yes, and talking about differences, cultural and geographical differences, there was an exercise that we're actually working on, and the lead of our area has asked us to do it, and we think it has a great value. That which happens in an experiment in this country or that country and what happens in reality, what's the gap between the experiment and the reality? Because some countries give better grades when answering a survey and others are more strict. So that's good because it allows us to see if the gaps are different. I mean, the gap between reality and experiment in different countries. Well, I could have thousands of questions to ask you, but I think that all of the interesting things have been tackled. But we do have a few minutes still. So I know that this generates many questions. So if you want to ask questions, we do have 2-3 minutes for Q&A. I do see a raised hand over there. I think, yes, Carolina. Well, during the coffee break, we could answer to your questions over coffee if you'd like. And they will be signing copies of my book. You would have to sell it while wearing a white suit. I don't know if you've seen Diego wearing his white suit, but he does have one. And you should see him. I still have that suit. I still have it. As a matter of fact, a month or so ago, I did give a talk in Brazil wearing my white suit. It's like a matador, isn't he? Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your contributions. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Last year during the event, it was amazing, and sharing your experience is something that we love at BeWay. And it allows us to learn loads of different things. I think that we have 1 minute for one question that is linked to what Kike was saying about the data part of things. And there is a great difference between digital and physical. So here it says, all of the behavioral is based on data. What are the challenges, problems that you have found along the way? And do you have all of the necessary data? Are they well labeled? Have you broken them down into categories? How's your experience? No. No. We don't have all of the necessary data. We have to be aware of the environment we move around in. It's a very big organization, so we have loads of data from different places with lots of legacy. So there is a construction process, and it's not just us. The whole organization focused on data a long time ago, and we have a whole division called data. Having said that, with data, we have two things to consider. On the one hand, if we have enough data, which is something that doesn't always happen, so you have to go and get the data, find the data, and then on the other hand, is that data the necessary data, the right data? So when I was talking about digital and physical, in digital, everything has been traced and tracked. It can be more or less difficult to find it, but in the physical world, how do you know how somebody responded to his manager in Malaga? I don't know. So getting that data is quite difficult. And if I want to evaluate and measure the impact of an intervention, I need to find those proxies. So it's complicated, but we power through. So we were telling you about a call center exercise, and we spent half a year working on that because the data was not where we wanted to find it, because it was not broken down in categories as we wanted it to be broken down. We didn't know if the different cases that we had considered were the right ones. So there's lots of layers that you need to try and separate, and you have to ask the organization to give you the data. So in this case, thankfully, it worked, but in other cases, we couldn't. So there are loads of questions, but we don't have the time. So I really invite you to asking them during coffee, those things that might interest you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dos, nueve. Muy bien. ¿Cosas? ¿Todo bien? Vale.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Vale, cuando
¿Podéis abrir un poquito más? Sí, claro. Gracias. ¿Qué has seguido? Gracias. ¿Cómo anda? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien. ¿Y tú? Igualmente. La primera vez que nos vemos. Sí, la primera vez. Sí, es la primera vez. Están ahora en Amazonas. Yo estoy el 25 en el foro de pensiones de Vitalis.
Muchísimas gracias por ese.
Thank you so much for that. Can you hear me? There, ready. What did you think about that round table? I loved it. They were spectacular. Well, it's actually very interesting and inspiring to see what BeWay is doing with behavioral sciences to create, as Nuria was saying, a team that is based on evidence and scientific method. I'm going to take that home and I'm actually going to tattoo it. And now we're going to go from BeWay to a global case, as Julian was saying. We are going to try and understand how LATAM is applying behavioral sciences to transform organizations and to create a more human society, a fair and empathetic society. And in order to know what's happening there, we have a roundtable, which is how to apply behavioral science in companies in Latin America. We will have Jose Arellano and Ana Martinez as moderators. Carolina, we wanted to... Oh, I lost Carolina. Well, it doesn't matter. We'll ask Carolina. But those who were not here, we will ask the questions through the QR code. And I'm sorry, Carolina, I'm sorry, but you can ask your question during the break and during lunch. Thank you so much. Big round of applause.
Gracias, María. Gracias.
Hola. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, so how are you? Good morning. Thank you so much for being here today, for being with us during this day. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Anna, for being here. Thank you to those who have connected from home or your offices, watching from different cities and countries. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And I wanted to start this roundtable by talking and setting the context with the history and the present of behavioral science. If we think about how behavioral science is unfolding, it's a very general question. So the more specific question would be, where is it happening? So that is why we wanted to talk to you about the evolution of behavioral science in Latin America. Why talk about specific regions? Well, not just because the evolution of the discipline is different depending on the region, but also because in general, if we were to make progress in parallel, the evolution can be dependent on the context. As we know, the context is important. Linnea was telling us yesterday about what works, how, when, and where. And then Marta was talking to us about the fact that different behavioral interventions could have a different impact in different countries. So that is why it's relevant to understand what works and how Latin America is faring with regards to behavioral science.
Thank you very much, Jose. Welcome. We are very glad to have this panel with experts in behavioral sciences, people who were pioneers and who also dared to think out of the box and follow different paths and attract behavioral sciences using tools, changing the structures of the organizations they worked at. Doing this with a clear aim to understand how a brain works and putting humans at the center. We are very glad to speak about the Latin America case. For BeWay, Latin American market has growth exponentially. Throughout this year, we've been working with different institutions in Colombia, Peru, Mexico. And we have also opened borders in other countries. we have found something. There is a great appetite. There is a vast knowledge of the current problem, specifically in the financial area. All of our panelists are part of financial institutions, and there is a need to create financial capacity. There is also a conviction that behavioral sciences help us build better products and processes. So, as I said, we are very happy to introduce our panelists. Jose, over to you. Thank you very much. There are certain behavioral sciences references in the titles. This is something that didn't exist in the past, so we are very happy to mention them. First of all, we have Juan Restrepo, Behavioral Science Lab Leader from Confama. Then we have Salome Montoya, professional and expert in behavioral sciences and habits, also from Confama. Ana Maria Jaramillo, Senior Behavioral Scientist from Bancolombia. Then we have Laura Cardona, Behavioral Science Leader from Bancolombia, and last but not least, Daniel González, Deputy CEO of HIR CASA. Have a warm welcome. In Latin America, we are working in the industry of the real estate, and you have probably noticed that financial institutions are at the forefront of the process. They are starting to work on behavioral sciences in different processes. As Nuria said, this has been used in human resources and other areas. Our panelists come from the financial sector. Confama, for instance, applies behavioral sciences. So we are trying to guide our panelists to understand what are the challenges of behavioral sciences, and in particular in Latin America. So first of all, Juanes, how do you think behavioral sciences have evolved in Latin America? Do you think there is a particular appetite to bring behavioral science to the region? What are the variables behind it? Thank you very much. I don't know if we can speak about an evolution. This is the start of everything. BBVA has already started working in these processes way ahead of us. But anyway, the pandemic was the beginning of behavioral sciences. Everything that happened around vaccines, care, habits, this had an effect in Colombia, meaning we started worrying about habits and about behavior. At that time, in EAFIT in Medellin, a university created a master's on behavioral science. And this triggered the academic area. And also in Confama, we started to connect with people. We spoke with the LLC team, with different universities. We started looking for partners. We got in contact with the California University, and we started bringing over experts to train ourselves in this area. Now, I don't know if we can speak about an evolution per se. This is very recent. We've been learning throughout the past 4 years. It has been an empirical learning, a lot of practice put into it, many publications, many papers, and many people that were brought together. We have people in our teams that are 20, 21 years old. They come straight from university, but they have a great knowledge in psychology, biology. So we have teams made out of very young people, and we mix them also with people that have a long tradition of expertise. In Colombia, Confama has been working for the past 50, 60 years. So we speak about entities that have a vast history, and we are bringing these behavioral teams into on board, actually. Every country depends. We have different countries with different difficulties. Maybe what works in Mexico doesn't work in Colombia, and maybe what works in Bogota doesn't work in Barranquilla. So Latin America, it's very diverse in its whole. So maybe what we do cannot be extrapolated to other countries. Anyway, there is a great development going on in Brazil, for instance. We have companies that are working on behavioral science, so the evolution is very fast. It may be chaotic as well, but this is what makes it powerful. So what we're trying to do is to connect with these people, to share experiences, to boost dialogue. We're going to have the Latin America Conference on Behavioral Sciences that would be held in Medellin. We also worked with USAID and BIT. And as I said, we're going to celebrate our third event in Medellin. We want to boost dialogue and conversation. As Jaime said, we need to build a bridge between the public sphere and the private sphere. So, as I say, we're not only speaking about product, but also about quality of life. Thank you very much, Juanes. You've been speaking about enthusiasm. There is this enthusiasm concerning behavioral sciences in the region. In Marzo, Quique Belenguer and myself, we attended a congress in Canada, and we spoke about this enthusiasm that is flourishing in Latin America. Ana Maria, maybe you can tell us more about how this enthusiasm flourished in Latin America and how the lab was created and how you've been working in different areas. Thank you very much. Well, Juanes summarized very well what has been happening in Latin America, especially when in Europe and when in the United States they were speaking about public policies. This is something that hadn't started yet in Latin America. And 5 years ago, more or less, this movement started to be more important. Now there are more and more people, 120 graduates in the Masters of Behavioral Science, and we see that different companies also train their employees in these behavioral sciences. And we are seeing how more people are being trained on these areas. In Colombia, we created this team 3 years ago. We were 1, 2 people at the beginning, now we're 5, 6. So we are step by step growing. We are creating a community within the organization. We are trying to understand who is interested in behavioral sciences. We have around 100 people called nudgers, which are those people that are interested in behavioral sciences within the bank, and around 60 of them are being trained. NFIT, for instance, together with Confama, have boosted these type of courses. So we are going to see how we're starting to see how all these people are getting trained, and even if we are a very small team, something is clear, which is that more and more people are using this discipline in the day-to-day work. We are also building partnerships with different companies. We're organizing events. We are disseminating this knowledge and sharing also this practice at an external level. And that's all I can say, because Juan has already explained what has happened in Latin America. Good morning. I would like to add something to the table. It's true, we've been growing, especially in the past years, but in the private sector, we have seen an exponential growth because we have more and more specific units in behavioral science. And this is not as recent. I would like to speak about the multi-sectoral sector. We're speaking about academia, public sector, and private sector. In Colombia, in the 90s, we had a mayor in Bogota, and this showed us how behavioral science was part of the cultural transformation. We're speaking about protection of the environment, care for water, and also, for example, corruption, transparency. So we have seen how we created an alliances between different sectors, between the academia, between companies, between the social and international cooperation areas. Now that you mentioned organizations, I must say something. Not a long time ago, there was a panel where BeWay participated, also with different universities, and we had around 100 people participating in this panel. And many companies were represented. We were speaking about companies that are more and more interested into behavioral sciences and that have a great impact. So we're seeing how this movement is being triggered. Thank you very much. Very interesting, everything that you said. And I would like to pick up some points. We have different challenges specific for certain regions. We know what works in a country may not work in another country. And within a country, you can have diversity as well. And this is also a very recent discipline. There are maybe we have some predecessors, but everything is at the starting point. So maybe we can start answering the first questions. What have you learned throughout this process, throughout the years, when it comes to behavioral sciences, and also what specificities can you find at the regional level? We've been speaking about vaccines, for instance, and maybe something that works in a country may not work in another one because we have specificities for a region, for a country. So what characteristics would you highlight that represent specific challenges? Well, thank you very much. This is something that we spoke about it yesterday, and we didn't know whether to mention it or not in this roundtable. Maybe we could speak about cultural diversity that we have and that faces us towards different challenges. I'm not speaking about countries, I'm speaking about cities. Designs are extremely complex because applying common formulas is not easy, and this is something that it's not working actually. Maybe we could speak about finance and other areas where doing the things the same way can work, but there are other challenges that require creativity, adaptability. So this is a very important question. We need to speak about specificities of the socio-economical context. And we should speak also about the high inequality levels of the regions. These should be highlighted because in most of the programs, this entails specific questions, and we are facing also scarcity in economic and time resources. This is a great challenge, and I would like to add also a third one. And this is something specific to the region. We have been seeing it. And I'm speaking about social movements, about transformation when it comes to conflict and social relations. Chile, Colombia, and many other countries in this region have been facing social revolts. Colombia has been experiencing a transition peace process, and this has an effect in a private sector and a public sector. Why? Because we are facing a new challenge. It's how we use behavioral science to inspire trust, to trust institutions. So that could be maybe an element that is particular to us, that it's a great challenge, but it is also a great opportunity we need to grasp from the behavioral science perspective. Well, thank you very much for mentioning this. We have been working with the companies in EMEA, Kuwait, and Ukraine. Yesterday, for instance, we mentioned it. Jaime Bermudez yesterday spoke about something, how it is impossible to destroy these bridges between the public and private spheres. And we realized there is a sensibility in Latin America when it comes to the social, political, economic context, because we are looking for towards well-being. We said that behavioral sciences promote well-being, and yesterday we mentioned that there is a difference between nudge and sludge. And I think this is something that we are closely experiencing. Let's think about Colombia, for instance. Promoting well-being from the financial products is the objective of the behavioral sciences. In this sense, Laura, could you tell us how you are walking through this path of political sensibility, and how do you use behavioral sciences in this way? We've been speaking about ethic, and maybe can you tell us how these behavioral sciences are used to promote well-being? So there is something very important that has already been mentioned. Our objective in Bancolombia was promoting well-being, and not just from the area of behavioral sciences. Our objective as a bank is to promote sustainable development, to guarantee the well-being of people. So we found the perfect match. We are trying to see how, with behavioral sciences, we can make people to make good decisions. We know that it is good to save money, to have a good financial health, but there is a difficult path there. So our goal with all the interventions we carry out is the following. We want to promote people making great decisions. I'm going to mention some specific examples. BBVA was speaking about their about payments, and we have the same problems, how to make people pay their credits in time. And these are something that has been very tedious over the years. We know how banks work, right? We are trying to transform the perceptions that people have of payments. What we want to do in our daily life is to promote empathy and trust among our clients. So our work has been the following. We are trying to understand the barriers that people face. We want to make people pay in time. Maybe people don't pay because they forget about it, or maybe they receive a call and they're not sure whether it's the bank calling or not, because there is a great problem with frauds in Colombia, for instance. So taking into account all these insights, we started by creating interventions. For instance, we allowed payments through WhatsApp, which is a common channel. We changed the way we offered options to people, because sometimes we change payment conditions, and we realized that we offered many options, and what we did was to reduce those options so that people would make decisions in an easier way. We wanted to allow people to have their payments up to date. Then we also have a digital portfolio, and this is something that we put in place and had very great results. Again, the idea was to identify the problem. Maybe the problem is not that people are not able to pay, it's just that they forget about it. We may have also a population that don't have bi-weekly salary or monthly salary, but they receive a weekly salary. So taking this into account as well, these people were able to make small payments week by week. And we realized that this money was not used to the monthly quota. And understanding all these different contexts was very useful, because we were able to adapt ourselves so that people would make easier decisions and also do things that worked better for them. And that allowed us to improve the payments of these people in 150%. All in all, this was very representative of the situation. Indeed, it is a great example of how behavioral science can be used as a tool. We're speaking about behavioral segmentation. we're speaking about products, and maybe we have a certain type of payment or mortgage or cards. What behavioral science help us is to do a better segmentation, taking into account different data like studies, demographics, and taking this into account, but specifically understanding the behavior of people. Now, when we analyze the behavior of people, we are able to understand their objectives, their goals, and in this sense, behavioral segmentation becomes very important, specifically for companies that looked at certain niche. Now, in this sense, Daniel, I would like to ask you a question to people that maybe don't have the possibility, the economic possibilities. We were speaking about inequality in Latin America, and maybe we're not talking only about the basis of the pyramid. We are speaking about people that are not able to pay the rent or their expenses with their salaries. They are not able even, of course, to buy a house, and they need to share maybe the apartment. We have also people who don't want to get married because they cannot afford it. So taking this into account, this segmentation we're talking about is very relevant. As you said, we are getting started when it comes to behavioral science. People are very reluctant, especially the management area. So if someone in the management does not believe in it, it is very difficult to promote this. Sometimes we are scared of, change, and we are making different designs. For example, we have a project scoring in one of our companies based in psychometry. Having access to financial products sometimes is difficult. So here we are generating certain traction. We have different partners, one in the United States, for instance, that works with people that send money to their families. Our goal is social. We have been working for years in the market. We want people to be able to buy a house because this is what generates this middle class in the economy. And we are sure that behavioral sciences are going to help us in this sense. Also, employees need to change the mindset. And we have seen it with the last 3 interventions. So if we may be running late because things were not designed from the beginning. So we need to take this into account, but we are sure that we will be successful if we follow this path. I would like to add something to what Daniel just said. We are not segmenting only behaviorally, but also cognitively. We are using different tests when it comes to, for example, the vision towards the future, the feeling that people have about the past, and so on and so forth. In these tests, we are using them with people that are asking for a credit. Maybe we have someone that cannot access to a credit because of their origin. We are speaking about inclusion. There are countries, areas that don't have an internet, people that don't even have saving accounts in the bank. So our situation is very different from developed countries. That is why we are trying to use open banking also as a source of information, a large source of information. So we're using scoring, data credit, but this is not enough. We need to use other elements as well. For example, measuring time. And we are working also with a professor from Chile. She created a tool, a financial tool, but taking into account the mindset of people. For example, if there is someone that has a great vision towards the future, probably he or she will pay earlier. So we are using different tools in this way to understand how people will work. Also, we are studying credits. If this is a credit for a student, someone who wants to pay for surgery, studying case by case. In Colombia, we have an institution called Confiar. This is a cooperative, and they have a unit called agreements. So people don't have to go there and pay, but they have to go there and find an agreement. The name per se is very attractive, right? So this is also becoming a referent of the new type of banking that is more transparent, that builds trusts, and that works between peers, right? Also, creativity and science need to be brought to the table in this sense. I would like to go deeper into this. You were saying that in order to design something that works, we need to understand our audience. We need to understand the context, the specificities, and something that we all have in common, but that can change depending on the country or the region, is inequality, meaning we may design an intervention, we are innovating with a digital service or a financial product. This is going to depend whether people have access to internet or not, whether they have a device that they can use. So, Laura, I have a question for you. How can we use behavioral sciences in order to design solutions that would benefit generally a population without discriminating people? How can we use this discipline to achieve this goal? Well, as you were mentioning, behavioral segmentation is paramount because it helps us to understand people and understand their specific needs. Here, we do need to put different layers. We may have someone at the base of the pyramid with a minimum salary and cannot save money, but then we have a person in a middle class and that from time to time can buy specific things. So we have different contexts. We segment people in this way. People that have less resources, we will send them specific messages like save, you need to save money for the payment. I will tell this person, you need to save up a little bit because the payment is coming, but maybe someone that is in a different economic position, I will tell him or her to save money so that he or she would be able to buy a souvenir. So I will speak to people differently. Now, we're also using rebanking. Maybe you don't know about it, but in Bancolombia, when someone cannot pay for a credit, that person will not be able to pay a credit in the future. This is how it works, unfortunately. So what we do is that we work with these people. We trained them in financial education, and we would lend them credit again. And then we realized that these people would use money more efficiently in the future. So we're giving a second chance to these people, and we make a change, meaning that someone who was not able to ask for credit can change this situation. Then there was also another example. We tell these people, before asking for a loan, just make sure if you can pay it or not. So we make them think twice. We want to lend people money, grant a loan to people that would be able to pay for that loan. So sending that message to people, think twice about whether or not you can pay for the loan, change things. We are trying to change this scarcity mindset. So you would pay eventually your loan depending on when your salary comes up, and this also helped us to improve our payment index. We need to understand better how our population works, and we need to understand specific contexts and give people what they need.
Thank you so much, and we're almost done. But before we start with the Q&A, I wanted to actually talk about the financial products and promoting savings. A challenge that we have as a region in general is something that we will be listening to. We will be listening to Stephen Su, who is the co-author of an article that is very interesting that tries to promote savings with digital products. And he has an intervention where he will show how reframing the message, for instance, you're saving $120 per month versus you save $30 per week, just reframing the communication will allow you to increase the subscription rates to savings product in the future, and those who have less do it more. So you actually help to reduce the gap that we sometimes find and that worries us so much as a region. So we will see that later on. Jose Ana, I think that there is something we need to add. We were talking about it with Juanes with regards to the challenges we have in the region. We cannot just leave without touching upon this topic, which is inequality, because Copama is a social, educational, and cultural project for cultural transformation. And what we wanted to say together with Juanes was something that has to do with the challenge that companies have when trying to expand their limits. It's not just the design of solutions focusing on people and just thinking about client and government, but it actually expands the ecosystem and the network of interactions that we need to have with all of those interest groups. And this question is part of what mobilizes us here today in our purpose and where we want to work on behavioral sciences. So I just wanted to say that we have to open a conversation. I don't want to close the conversation with this. This is opening up the conversation. We have over 120,000 companies and 25% are SMEs. Small and medium companies and micro and in-risk companies. So there cannot be growth of companies. There cannot be prosperous companies. And I need you to understand this. There is no prosperous companies in societies that fail. So behavioral science has to help us lever that situation. We have to cover those gaps. And these are the interventions we're doing for the youth, for women. I need to have real benefits for them in time. For instance, nowadays we're exploring insurance for accidents, but they're hooked to something else, which is present benefits such as finding a job and improving the day for young people. So you don't have to wait till you have an accident to be paid by your insurance. You can actually benefit from something that is closer to your environment. And that way, obviously, we increase the benefits for the company because now they're getting more policies. And it's not just the companies. We're also worried about caring for democracy because democracy is the basis for entrepreneurship and capitalism. This is the most important mechanism that has been created by humankind. But without democracy, companies do not exist. And what happened in Venezuela is a very important reference for the rest of countries in Latin America. So we have to mobilize young people who are 18 years old to come out and vote, and we have to sell that to companies so that companies will mobilize young people so that they vote, because we know that if a young person does not vote when they're 18, they will not do it again. And what does that mean for a company? What does that mean for democracy? So we're designing not just strategies, product design, user experience projects, but also how companies have to also become responsible for what we call caring both the community, the society, and the planet. That is something that Confama does, and democracy is at the basis of everything. So what we're seeing, polarization in Argentina and Venezuela and Colombia and El Salvador, what just happened in the US, which is actually something that is just ringing an alarm bell. So behavioral sciences have to be a vehicle that will help us care for and protect the situation against those political tensions that we live in our region. So we work for the companies and the democracy, and we see the bridges that are built between the public and private and the power of behavioral science, because it can attract companies towards this arena of all of these important topics that they could think are foreign, but that actually have to be in their in their mind as well. So I would like to close in a provocative way, because we will have another roundtable on behavioral sciences in EMEA. And I have to say that Rosa, Borja, my colleagues from EMEA who are going to be leading that roundtable, always ask, why is BeWay growing so much in Latin America? And we all have lots of hypotheses, but I think that one of those hypotheses has to do with the appetite that we see to get to markets that are not currently covered. We want to reach markets that can still use more products, make better decisions. Only in the case of Mexico, we have around 13 million adults who have never had a financial product. So all of these challenges that we're mentioning here today are challenges, but they're also gigantic opportunities. And behavioral sciences can help us in those topics which are inclusion, for instance, and saving. We're working, they will tell you about the Bancopri, the story of Bancopri that has the objective of financial inclusion. And I wanted to ask you as a tweet. Actually, Gonzalo did not do it, and Sebas didn't do it either. So I want to ask you, in a tweet format, what do you think is the role of behavioral science in Latin America for the next 10 years? We can start with you, Daniel. Okay, thank you. So as a tweet, what would I say as a tweet? Well, I think that it's closing the gap. We have enormous inequality, and part of that problem is that there isn't access to financial products in certain segments. That's a cultural thing, a protection thing, caring, promoting heritage. So I think that closing the gap would be my answer. I would say that it's going beyond the nudge, because there are many more tools, even within behavioral science. Behavioral segmentation is not even the future. I'd say it's the present. It's really mandatory. And then we also have to have a long-term solution, because in the case of banks, people use money since they're 18 and they have their first job until they don't need the money at all. So your whole life, I don't need you to be with me with a product or a call. I need you to be there for me during my whole life. And I need you to give me the capacities to be more educated, more empowered when making decisions, knowing that my decisions will form my well-being. So we have to be there with our clients to improve their lives, and we need to find commitment engines that will always help them achieve their objectives in a holistic way in the long term. Thank you so much. Well, I think that is very much linked to what Laudes is saying. We have to create tools for the support of decision-making processes so that people can make good decisions. So create an ecosystem and a decision architecture in order to help those people progress, so that the decision they will make will always provide them with well-being. And at the same time, we have to continue with alliances between companies and the educational sector so that we can keep on evolving in practice. Okay, I'm going to be the Sebas in this roundtable. It will not be a tweet format answer. So adding to what has already been said, which I believe is quite powerful, my tweet would be alliances and cooperation, multi-sectorial cooperation for the development of Latin America. That could be the tweet. I believe in the power of learning and what the academia allows us to do to advance, and the role of companies, the role of governments, and the role of civil society organizations for that transformation. That is where I see the power. Thank you so much, Juanes. Well, my tweet would be at next one, so that you can follow me and retweet. So I would say no one must be left behind. And that's a message for Latin America. Latin America is hungry. It's a young region. It's a rebellious region. It is capable, but we mustn't forget that nobody can be left behind. We're responsible for everything that's happening there. And this appetite, I think, Anna, has to do with the fact that companies, national companies, are becoming multi-Latin companies. So they're companies that are reaching up to 12 countries. They're reaching all the way to Europe and the US, and they're expanding. And that is similar to what happened in Mexico not long ago, that became the greatest supplier of the U.S. And this wealth that has been generated, how does it get to be distributed? Well, the same thing happens in all of Latin America. We need to redistribute that wealth. Nobody must be left behind. That would be my tweet. We mustn't forget anybody. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for maintaining that tweet format. That was very interesting. Thank you. It was a pleasure listening to you all and sharing with you. We do have a few questions. If there are any questions from the audience, if we could read them. It seems that my microphone works now. So first of all, I wanted to thank you. Thank you for the long journey all the way here. Thank you for traveling. It was great to listen to you and the ones who will come later to the stage. We have different questions, and I think that we only have time to ask the first question. When we apply behavioral sciences in the private sector, we define behavior objectives that have an impact on the business, but how can we make sure that they also promote people's well-being? I don't know, Daniel, if you could maybe give us an answer. Yes, thank you. Well, we're currently working on 3 different interventions with the idea of proving to companies that this works and that we are convinced. But one of those things is working with our collaborators and our employees. It's not just about thinking of utilities and increments and so on. And in that sense, I think that what we want for people to understand is that this is very powerful, and the ethical way in which we work with our clients and our collaborators has to always be present. It's not just about optimizing its usefulness. So that is why we are convinced that is the way forward, and that is why one of our 3 projects is about that. In the case of Bancolombia, we said that our corporate purpose is aligned with behavioral sciences. So what we do is every time we intervene with a problem, we always think about well-being. So we think, does the client receive something good out of this? Are we receiving something good out of this? And if the answer of the client is, I don't know, I'm not sure, then we have to stop along the way. We have to evaluate. We think whether we want to keep on participating, how can we turn things around to create well-being. And we have a very strong ethical framework. We have a list of techniques that are forbidden. For instance, we cannot attract people with false pretenses because we don't think that's ethical. So the urgency effect, we don't use it either, because we think that it sets people in a vulnerable situation. So we always think about the client, and that has taken us to very difficult conversations, but very interesting within the company. And we always provide support to everyone in the team so that we can do it. Well, ethically, we think about libertarian paternalism. That is what our ethical basis is. And one of the things that we do is change our productivity KPIs. We don't have productivity KPIs. We want well-being and health KPIs. We know that health is the main asset that people have. And if that is going well, then the whole chain is going to be improved. So it's not just a person sitting in front of a computer and how many emails they have sent. No, it's how many kilometers you have had to travel. How are you feeding yourself? What's your vital energy like? Those are the questions that we're asking. Thank you. I think that due to time, we will be forced to close today. We had 15 seconds left. Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Listo.
Bien hecho.
Perdón, Sofi, me he perdido ahí.
Este no es.
¿Este no es? Aleja.
¿Me prestas uno para Sofi para las preguntas?
No. Ahorita te lo paso. ¿Perdón?
Bueno, esa mesa a mí me...
Well, I was actually thrilled with this panel. I think that in the region there is much to be done, and it's beautiful to see so many different organizations working to cover that gap. And we now have another roundtable that really moves me because it is an honor and a pleasure for me to be a part of this project. And in this roundtable, we will be talking about one of the most ambitious projects that we currently have in behavioral sciences in the world of organizations, where together with COPEL, we are building an organization that is mainly guided by behavioral sciences. And I am part of this project, and I am very much thrilled by this space. In order to know what exactly this is, we bring you the following roundtable. What's it called? How to build a behaviorally driven organization, or a BDO. And it is moderated by Jaime Unda and Camila Arango. Big round of applause for them.
Hola, hola. ¿Se escucha?
Hello, can you hear me?
Bueno, pues muy buenos días a todos.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Aleja ya hizo un poquito de
Aleja has already introduced what I wanted to actually mention, but to be absolutely honest, I have to say that although we have had very interesting roundtables, I think that this is the most thrilling of them all. And not because I'm here on it, but because we're going to talk about the future of behavioral science applied to organizations. So we, Cami and myself, don't want to explain what a BDO is. That is why we have invited these great protagonists here. And I'm sure that you will really enjoy this roundtable. And whatever questions, doubts you have, please scan the QR code and participate, please. So, Cami, the floor is yours. I have the great pleasure of introducing you all today. We have Carlos, who has a master's degree in business management by Yale. In the public sector, he has had different relevant positions, such as the Secretary of the Treasury and Public Credit, then the Mortgage Association, and the Stock Market Association. So thank you very much, Carlos. We also have Benjamin, who has a degree in psychology, and thanks to behavioral science, he realized that psychologists are not necessarily limited to clinical practice. He has been in Mecope for 3 years, and he also worked for BeWay Mexico as a behavioral consultant. And we also have Monica. Moni, thank you so much. She is an expert in communication with over 30 years of experience in the public and private sector. She specializes in reputational strategies, market research, and public opinion. Thank you so much, Moni. And we will also have a very important person amongst us who will be connected online, and at a certain point, she will take the floor in this panel. She is Mercedes Cano. She is a psychologist who has a PhD in clinical psychology, and she is currently a behavioral strategist implementing behavioral sciences in order to promote organizations' transformation and sustainable growth. Thank you very much. Well, for all of you to know these three people here, they all are part of the group COPEL. And what I wanted to ask Carlos, first of all, is for all of the people who don't know what COPEL is, for those of us who don't know what COPEL is, could you tell us what it is about? What is your client universe? What sort of products do you offer? Okay. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Well, I think that this panel is quite complicated because we had two panels before ours, then we'll have break. So we need to be as interesting as possible so that people will not fall asleep. So before I came here, we didn't mention it, but I was in BBVA for 8 years. And I had to look at many of the things that have been mentioned at BBVA. But before that, I launched many different projects in Mexico as well, in the bank. And for instance, the introduction of agile methodologies, as well as the main efforts that were made for product creation, introducing behavioral science in the whole creation procedure and decision-making procedure. And that was born in my life when I was doing the MBA. That was my first contact with behavioral science, because I did a course with Robert Schiller, which was by behavioral finances. And I loved the topic. I loved it so much that after the courses, I decided to do a course on behavioral economics in Mexico. And it's very interesting how we always try to include behavioral sciences in the work that I've been doing in general, wherever I was. So for 4 years, I'm the CEO of the bank, and I just wanted to to tell you what it is that we do and what our financial services are. For those of you who don't know what Coppel Group is, it's the biggest private company in Mexico. It is an entrepreneurial group that provides financial services, but that also has a very important retail company. The biggest retailer in Mexico is Coppel. We actually cover a segment of clients which is in the base of the pyramid, which is over half of the population. We have 25 million clients only in Mexico, and then we have some others in Argentina where we also operate. And we can say that we are a retailer with financial services or a financing company that provides retail services. I don't know, but they're all intertwined. And this is a very old company that has understood that the way to grow and having a good business model that could be expanded to 1,800 different points of sale is through financing the purchase of long-lasting products. And then we open the financial structure, the bank, the FORE, which is the pension fund, and the Arrendadora, which is another business, and other businesses. And within all of those businesses, this is a group which is quite relevant in Mexico. Half of the clients we provide services for are clients who had never been in the formal financial sector. We are their first contact with the financial sector. Half of those clients come from the informal sector, which means that they are not formal employees in any company, and it is much more difficult to provide services to these clients. Why is it more complicated? Well, because these are clients who have a precarious financial education, or at least more than other clients. I mean, financial education is complicated in general, but it's even more complicated in this segment. And it's more complicated because the financial portfolio that these clients have are much more difficult to handle. And why? Because there is always uncertainty in their income. They do not receive their income in a periodic manner. When they do get it, they have to save for the times when they're not going to have any revenue at all. And that is very difficult when decision-making comes to play. So that's the group. That is the landscape we're in, and it's a very big company. We also have challenges with our employees on how to build this organization, which is managed by behavioral science, because there are 40,000 employees dealing with financial services. So how do you embed that which we are talking about in the day-to-day? You cannot have an expert in behavioral science in each of the different teams in the institution, because it would be impossible to manage. So that is the challenge we're going to tackle here. Can you give me some figures? Because I understand that you have Afore has 14 million clients and Bancoppel has 36 million. No, it's actually, yes, it's 14 in Afore. We are the biggest pension fund in Mexico, people saving for their retirement. And as for the bank and the financial services in the other entities, well, it is around 28 million clients all in all. Okay, Carlos, why did you decide to bet for behavioral sciences? Why did you decide to give it the importance it has? I know that it's different questions wrapped in one, but what are the advantages that Coppel Group can provide clients? What do you think that behavioral sciences can provide Coppel Group in that sense? Well, I think that quite a lot. Part of our mission or our vision is that Coppel improves your life, and that is embedded in the service that we provide to clients. How can we improve our clients' life through behavioral sciences? Well, we can do it by helping them make better decisions, better financial decisions. And for that to happen, behavioral sciences should play an important role in the way in which we offer things, how we present things to clients, how we study the clients, how we understand what it is that they want, what it is that's best for them, considering their behavior. And that is what behavioral science can provide our clients with. And the difference with what other competitors do in the financial sector in Mexico is that, really. Okay, so we'll talk about what BeWay is. We started this project with Benjamin and his team, and, well, Moni, a few months ago, 6 months, I believe, has been working for Afore. So tell us a bit what a BDO is for you. Okay. A BDO, if we were to explain it simply, is an organization that within its processes includes both the scientific method and the behavioral layer. And in order to explain this, that sounds political even, what I mean to say by this is that we focus on processes, okay, and roles as well. So transforming processes is not transforming the processes of behavioral economics. Transforming the processes is transforming the processes within the organization. So nowadays, we're starting to do that, and we're doing it by doing a behavioral-driven team with the team that we actually have. And we have to start transforming the processes with regards to product creation and services creation. And that obviously entails a huge transformation. Actually, Gonzalo was mentioning that previously we were talking about agility, modifying how we understand agility and other innovation methods. And also in the sales teams, how do we do marketing? How do we get to an idea of a marketing campaign? How do we do the segmentation for personalized campaigns? How do those segmentations impact on the population? And then we learn and relearn. So that's basically it. That's basically what we're doing, and it's a great challenge. Well, in order to complement what Benja has just said, I think that creating a BDO is starting from the premise that absolutely everything is about human decision-making. So we have decision-making, not just our clients' decision-making, but also collaborators, stakeholders, the regulators, legislators. And within it all, ideally, we should intervene with some behavioral lever that will allow us to obtain the objective we were aiming for. Obviously, we have to consider profitability for the company, but as we have tirelessly said during this forum, we also have to consider the well-being of the people in general. So we always have to take into account the ethics of it. And that is how we're trying to set it up in Afore and in Bancopel. So we have to intervene, yes, to change the decision-making process that affect absolutely everything that has to do with the company, but with an ethical base to it that always takes a look at the context of people and how we generate well-being for them. And after that, I think that something that's quite important that should take place as well is for that to be viral, right? So this has to be something that is known by everyone in the company. It needs to be systemic. As Benja was saying, what we currently have is a behaviorally driven team. We're just a team, a small team. A small team that has different profiles, different areas, which has to start getting trained. So this needs to be scaled up to the whole organization. And just to complete what Moni just said, in order to create a BDO, we have to have different behavioral-driven teams in the organization. That is what makes up the BDO. So that is how we're beginning. I just wanted you to tell us what differences a BDO from other organizational structures. Well, actually, we have seen different cases of organizations that are trying to introduce behavioral sciences in their day-to-day. And the most iconic case is that of BBVA that was introduced a few moments ago. And they have a great team that can do very specific interventions in the different projects that they develop, that the bank develops. With regards to product creation or campaign creation. So they have teams that can actually intervene. But in other organizations, it's much more complex to reach that scale of teams. So you have to really focus not so much on the teams and increasing the teams, but rather on how to introduce in the processes within the organization behavioral economics concepts. in the creation of products, in the creation of campaigns, in this application of this scientific method and behavioral method. How do you introduce it in everything that you do? I think that's the most important thing, because it's the only way to scale up. Because when you want to have bigger teams with more people, with very specific teams, then you see that no one in the team is available because everyone is working for BBVA, or you have to steal them from BBVA. So it's actually quite complicated. And extending our teams is complicated. So this part of processes is what we focus on, and Benjamin and Monica can actually explain what it is they're doing to include this in the day-to-day of the organization.
Again, simply put, it's related to how we make decisions based on evidence. We may think about data, but not just numerical data. In this forum, we've already mentioned it. Sometimes we don't have all the data we would like to be available, but we have a starting point, even if it's a theoretical one. So first of all, how do we make decisions based on evidence? How we prioritize based on that evidence? And then we start designing different processes. And allow me to repeat this. We need to understand how to make an effort to put all this learning together. Every campaign that is launched had to be based on our experience. Same goes for the product. So that would be the main difference, I would say. Yeah, indeed, when it comes to BDOs, we need to start with the most important thing. It's what Benja said. We need to experiment. We need to use science-based data. And that process, experimenting, it's very difficult. It's complex. We've been working with Jaime, our client leader. It has happened to us many times that we may design an intervention, then we go to the database, and then we don't have enough data in that database. So we need to design again with a new variable. So it is a constant iteration. We need to understand how to make the best design, to have a useful intervention, and to obtain a result. We're going to speak about results later on, but we have good and bad results. But everything, it's a learning process. And we need to understand where we are and where we are heading at. Also, I will say training is important. We realized that training, we all say that training is going to solve all the problems, but actually creating a behavioral training with a specific objective, meaning to change our behavior, has also changed the way we create that training program, right? How we carry out different processes. It is much more precise. We are more precise when it comes to measuring as well, because we need to learn fast. And then we will train the behavioral driven team, but also different roles that play a part in it. As I said earlier, changing how the marketing team works, it's a challenge if they don't have that behavioral perspective in mind. But if we are able to share the knowledge, if you're able to show the value, this will eventually change. And here we speak about a behaviorally driven organization. There is a subject that has been mentioned in different roundtables, and that is the importance of data in order to experiment in a formal way. That's related also to the data strategy that the organization has. And when it comes to banking, we are not very much forward when it comes to data management, right? Anyway, data, how we storage data, the structure of data, that it's very important in these organizations that we want to create. Because otherwise, what we are learning with the behavioral exercises, will make no sense. We need to use these, and we need to storage this learning for the future. Otherwise, we will not be able to build that database that will allow us to move forward and make the most out of these learnings, and being able to also to improve our interventions. So maybe for next year's, we would have to organize a session specifically related to data. Before going to the next questions, I would like to add something. Maybe you can also share your experience. When we are creating a BDO, we have 3 working lines, which are experimenting, training, and processes, right? Now, there's something missing, something we've not been talking about. This should be framed in a cultural change, right? Because we're changing mindsets, people's mindsets. So we're going from making intuitive decisions to making decisions made based on data analysis. So we're changing our mindset. We're thinking about, this is going to make my work more effective. And this is something complex. It's difficult to transfer this. And that is that you can enjoy this process. We need to create this culture of experimenting. You were speaking about this. I may have an idea, may work or not, but if it doesn't work, this is already giving me information. This is something we should use. That looks simple, but it is not. This is something that we have realized when working on this. People may think this is very simple, right? Having an hypothesis, trying things out, then measuring it, and being able to say whether the hypothesis was right or wrong. This is something that the team is doing. It's even enjoying the process. Because even if it doesn't work, this is a new learning, because you will not repeat this process, you will change the process. And this, I don't know, it gives you, motivation. I think this is a very important topic, because we need to manage this change. I don't know if everyone is excited, right? Probably some people won't. So I think it's important to bear this in mind for everyone who wants to create a BDO. There's something extremely important. That's going to be a big cultural change. People are going to experiment this change, and we need to understand how to manage this. I think when people understand it, they will eventually promote it. We know that we may have aversion to change. We'll be scared of change. This is quite human, quite normal. So we need to take this into account. Something that happens at the beginning of a BDO is the diagnosis. You need to understand who are the people in these roles. Do we have a specific profile? So that would be the first shock. The first thing we need to solve with training, as we said earlier. Now, we've been speaking about experimenting. So, Monica, I have a question for you. Could you please tell us a success case where you have applied behavioral science? Well, of course, I will tell you a success case. Not all cases have been successful, but each and every one of them has been very useful. So last year, we had a specific case. There was a problem for a couple, as Carlos said, is a pension fund, and our main competitor, for every transfer, would take 65%. So 65% of all transfers, people leaving our company, would go to this competitor. So we created a communication campaign. This communication campaign was launched to these clients. So a client says they want to leave the pension fund. They have to communicate it, and you have time frame in order to try to retain this client. We have around 4 days, right? And we try to communicate to the client through 3 different channels: email, push notifications, and messages. We use behavioral words. Now, I'm not going to give specific details because they're probably listening to us. Anyway, so we did these interventions and the results were quite good. Now, what happened? We had the control group, the treatment group, and in the control group, for every 100 people that remained in the control group, 300 people remained in the treatment group. So this was a very good experience that we're already using to automatize. We must say that we're not always successful. Behavioral sciences is not always successful. That was a spectacular case that we had. Indeed, but as I said earlier, we had other cases. Now, I'm not going to mention names specifically, but we've been working different cases, Jaime and I. And the result was that nothing happened. Now, there is something that we need to take into account. When it comes to pensions, this is a very complex area to change behavior of our people. It is very difficult, but we are experimenting, right? We have failures, failed cases where people don't change. And this is also useful because we are going to learn from it. It's part of the experience. We would know that this type of action would not work, and that will help us in the future. When speaking about experimenting and results, Carlos, I would like to ask you something. How do you think this intervention could be scaled up? Well, now, if we solve the problem of data, if we solve the problem of introducing this into day-to-day processes in products, campaigns, and so on and so forth, using adequate methodologies, I think, is what will enable us to scale up. Now, what are we doing mainly? We are launching campaigns to activate and retain people, and we are testing these campaigns. That was one of the main things we've been working on. The results were getting better and better. We were using these methodologies, improving the methodologies and improving the results. Now, we need to keep working. I would like to use behavioral science in the development of products. Now, this requires something, meaning that we will need to introduce more methodologies into the development process. There is a lot of potential there. There is something we've not been speaking about, and is remittances. We have 30% of market share in remittances in Mexico, United States, which is the greatest corridor. And this year, we're going to pay $20 billion in remittances. Now, most people withdraw these remittances in 100%, whilst creating a credit history, leaving the remittances in the account can improve your situation, your financial situation. Now, we're not working with these market products yet, so this is something pending. And yesterday, also, we were speaking about payments. This is extremely important. It is not only about having more payments made, but also about something else. How can we improve the NPSs in this collection process? Now, it can be done if the management is correct. So this is a tip of the iceberg, what we're seeing at the moment, the impact that behavioral sciences have in this area. Carlos, you've mentioned something that is very important, which is how we permeate each one of the processes of the organizations. Moni also mentioned it, all the challenges and obstacles. And I would like to add something to the discussion, BDOs have an objective, which is to create a methodology that will permeate all the processes and the decision-making process from the creation of the product to the selling of that product. So we need to work with different teams in order to understand how decisions are impacted, how we start different initiatives, how can we mobilize all these campaigns that are extremely important, at least that's how the client perceives it. And we are trying to design these methodologies. You've mentioned some of the challenges, some of the obstacles, but also you've mentioned opportunities that you came across in this organizational change in Afore and Bancoper. Maybe you can speak more about this. Well, when it comes to opportunities, I think that it is important to highlight the fact that the management realizes this is important. And this does not happen in all organizations. We know that it is difficult to, disseminate this knowledge about behavioral science. In Colombia, they already have an experience in these topics, but this does not exist in Mexico. And in Mexico, there's a company, Spanish company, doing this at the moment. I would say that we're lagging behind in Mexico. So people working in these, and specifically people in the management area, needs to have an open mind, and we need to invest money. We need to invest money in order to build capacities, and I think this would be the main opportunity. I completely agree. And there is also another opportunity. We have a relationship with different areas, for example, the development and creation of products and services, marketing, and so on and so forth. And all these areas are on board. So this is also an opportunity. This has generated something. This has allowed us to create this environment where we can learn and experiment. We learn about different processes, all different roles that are being designed, all the artifacts that we are creating. Each one of the tasks we are carrying out needs to be transformed and needs to follow a scientific methodology and be based on the behavior as well. I think there is a very positive effect. And sometimes when I speak to other teams, other areas in the organization, they are asking about behavioral sciences, and they are asking for a work, and unfortunately, we're not enough to be able to respond to all these petitions. But what we see is that there are different areas in the organization and already seeing this positive impact that behavioral science has in different goals and objectives. And this is something that motivates us. It's something that is very exciting for us. Now, when it comes to interventions, what I always say is that maybe some interventions didn't work for a specific product, for a specific client, but maybe we need to repeat it again. Sometimes we need to repeat these interventions because it didn't work at a specific point in time, but we need to try them again. Because, population changes, maybe there's a new technology coming up that will enable us to use that type of intervention. So, we need to have them there. Exactly. So that's why it's important to save all the data, all the information with all the specific details, because that will enable us to understand different circumstances and, avoid making mistakes again. Also, when it comes to opportunities, we need to mention an opportunity that maybe is very obvious, meaning working with a scientific method will enable us to make more cost-effective decisions. And that is paramount when it comes to business. We speak a lot about this, indeed, with different teams. We try to understand if what we are designing has an impact or not. Also, we do it in the early stages. In the early stages, we're able to understand whether a campaign is going to be effective or not. If it's not going to be effective, we may as well not launch it. Or maybe we can try a different approach. we've mentioned something here as well. We need to do this in an ethical way, of course, but we are companies, we are businesses, right? So our objective is profitability, to improve our profitability in an ethical way, making people, important, but we need to be profitable. Our companies need to earn money, and we need to bear this in mind as well also. Thank you very much. So now I'd like to give the floor to Mercedes. Mercedes, she's following us online, and I would like to ask her, what are the obstacles, what are the challenges that you have experienced, and what challenges different roles have faced? Mercedes, we're not sure if you hear us.
Sí, creo que no nos está escuchando.
Well, it seems that she doesn't hear us.
Que para ella son, por cierto, son las 5 de la mañana.
By the way, there, where she is 5 a.m. So yeah, well, maybe she's not hearing us, or maybe she doesn't understand.
Hola.
Good morning.
Pues hay un poquito de delay.
I'm sorry, there's a short delay, says Mercedes. Well, I would say it's more than a short delay, maybe 2 hours delay, apparently. She's far away.
Mer, te repetimos la pregunta.
Mer, we're going to ask you the question again, and then you'll reply. Now, the question was, what are the challenges that you faced when implementing BDO in Bancobel? Hopefully, this question will reach you at some point. Challenges, yes. Well, what have been the enablers and the challenges? I'm sorry about the delay, but I hope you will be able to hear me now. Well, first of all, I'm very happy to be here, to be able to represent my team, that behavioral-driven team that made this possible. This change has been very challenging. We've experienced many transformations. Now, one of the main challenges is the following. We're not speaking about surface challenges. It's a structural change. It's a change in the paradigm in how we understand problems and needs in our bank. Now, at the beginning, we wanted to apply behavioral sciences, and we didn't understand exactly what we had to do. Some people will tell us, oh, just put a bit of behavioral science here in my copy. They thought, it was just to add up some behavioral words here and there. And at the beginning, this happened because behavioral science, heuristics, bias, these are weird terminology, right? But this is much more complex than this. Applying these concepts is not easy. Otherwise, you can always ask Linnea. As a team, we had to understand how to work with behavioral sciences, and we had to understand that it entailed much more of what we thought. We had to understand each and every one of these steps throughout the process. And we had to rethink everything from the root of the problem, how we understand the needs and how we understand the business and how this could become an objective. Now, there's a lot of work behind this. And because of this, some people within the team may be very reluctant, because you need to analyze literature, you need to understand what has been done, how can this be applied to the population, and so on and so forth. Now, then these ideas become insights, and these insights become solutions, and then you need to try these solutions out. And then there is experimenting, right? This big actor. It is a great challenge for many of us, as Moni said. We cannot say, well, I think this should be done this way, this is based in literature. No, we need to try things out. And, at the end of the day, experimenting, it's a great challenge because we need to follow the adequate methodology. And this is very complex per se. But also, people working on it, we need to learn how to do it in an adequate way. We need to understand and make sure that our decisions are well fundamented. So, as I said, capacity building has been a key factor in all this, and also having an open-minded team, because it's not easy to break the status quo. And also thank you for the help of BeWay, because otherwise the situation would have been much more difficult. Also, personally speaking, I must say that the involvement of the team was essential, because we worked together and we managed to come together even in the most uncertain times, and this enabled us to move forward. We see now tangible results, the implementation of processes, learning all the abilities that we have acquired as a team, everything that we have learned after experimenting, and the results are very valuable indeed. But then we have other valuable results. We had been able to consolidate a team with a common vision. Each one of the members of the team brings something to the table, and we were able to adapt ourselves to the fact that together we are building a legacy, a legacy that will be there in the future. As a team, we are resilient, very, very resilient, and we are ready to face all the challenges that may come up. We are ready to consolidate this behaviorally driven organization vision. Thank you very much, Mer. That was an excellent reply. Thank you very much for your speech. And Mer mentioned something interesting, and I'm very glad that she did, which is the following. When we start understanding what the organization is, when we start breaking up processes, as Mercedes said, we start building cohesion, union within the team. So we start breaking those working partners, people saying, well, I work in this area and not in that area. So people start to build synergies and, be intertwined. We mentioned it earlier. It is difficult. We suffer. I mean, at the beginning, we do suffer a lot as a team. But precisely because we suffer, we see the light at the end of the tunnel. We see a clear result that can be measured, and because of this, the experience is extremely motivating and exciting, and that is why the team keeps working and then becomes an ambassador to other teams as well. And I must say, no one's paying me to say this. BeWay has a great methodology. They have an amazing approach. They know how to manage change, and the methodology that they use, they enables to to break those threads. Indeed. Well, we will open the floor now if there are any questions. Well, first of all, thank you very much for sharing your experiences when it comes to BDOs, and thank you for making that big first step. We believe this is the future of behavioral science, and in your case, it's not the future, but your present time. We don't have much time left, so we just have time for 2 questions. Now, first question goes to Carlos. What space do you think that behavioral science should have? Well, I think it should be present. It should be present in the team. Now, if the management is not convinced, this will not be carried out as agile, as it happens with agile. So we need to be convinced at different levels, specifically at the upper level, because otherwise it's not going to, be transmitted to the rest of the organization. Thank you very much. Now I have another question, and I'm very interested because of the talent and cultural role. Do you think you can build a BDO without specific behavioral science profiles?
Well, I do think it has to do with the core team. I think it has to do with the expertise and the preparation on behavioral sciences. It has to exist within the organization. If that does not exist, then it will all just be good intentions and efforts that are void of strength, but it doesn't have to be a very big team either. If you can introduce the right methodologies within the processes, having a small, compact team, but powerful nonetheless, then I think you could scale it up. Thank you very much. Would you like to say something? No. It has to do with processes. So yes, exactly it. And in reality, all roles will not come about being behavioral from the start. But if you design how they have to consider the different tasks that need to be implemented without them being it, they will be transformed into behavioral, because that's what it leads you to. If you can't make a decision without having prior evidence, whatever it is and whatever role it is, then basically you are becoming behavioral. So step by step, it's about this transformation. That is why I'm always focusing on processes. Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, Carlos, Benja, Moni, thank you so much for your time, for your answers. And I'm sure that in a year's time, we will be sharing many more success cases and stories. Thank you, Mer, for connecting and for your intervention. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Carlos, muchísimas gracias. Qué grande ustedes. Qué grande ustedes. No me quedo satisfecho.
Fue súper bien, felicitaciones. Dale, la gente igual se está saliendo.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. ¿Se escucha? Hola, hola.
Dale.
¿Se escucha?
Sí.
Hola. Y listo, muchísimas gracias a todos por el maravilloso panel que acabamos de tener de BDO.
Okay, so now we will have a short break so that we can go have some coffee, if that's all right with you. And it'll last 15 minutes. That coffee break will last 15 minutes. And we hope you can enjoy it and have wonderful conversations. See you soon. Thank you.
Es que supuestamente estamos en el aire. Coge el micro solo ya. Bueno, ya van llegando la gente poquito a poco del coffee break. Esperamos que
We hope that you have really enjoyed this coffee break. We're going to give you a few minutes so that you can take your spots because we have great news to share with you.
Bueno, yo creo que ya se va generando suficiente.
I do think that we have enough of a silent atmosphere to share the news. Yes, the moment has come. What do you think? Did something happen yesterday? Something that we could only do halfway, but it's already been done. So we finally have the second blue ticket.
Así que le pedimos a la ganadora que
So we ask the winner to please raise her hand with a blue ticket. There she is. That's the proof. So we will send you your present, which is the book Sludge, signed by Carl Senstein, I think he said.
Vamos a dar paso al panel de hoy.
And now we will give the floor to the panel. As we said previously, behavioral science is a global discipline, and we've already talked about the Latin American case. But what is happening with EMEA? What is happening with EMEA, Aldo? Well, we'll find out right now with the next roundtable, applying behavioral sciences in EMEA companies. We have Rosa Ortiz and Borja Castellano moderating the roundtable. It'll be in English, and we ask for a big round of applause to receive them all, to welcome them all, sorry.
Subimos todos, ¿no?
Sí.
Sorry. I was thinking.
Thank you, everyone, for making a short pause for the coffee. So this is one of the most interesting tables. It's not because I'm the moderator, but I think we have a very interesting table here because we have the opportunity to talk and to exchange experience from different countries, different cultures, different sectors. We've talked a lot about the financial sector, right? We have some different approaches here. So, yeah, I'm really proud to be here.
Thank you very much for being here, all of you. I'm going to introduce you yourselves at the first time. Thank you very much, Herman Smith, Head of Behavioral Economics at Nedbank, South Africa. Thank you, Omar Al-Hamad. It's a pleasure. Behavioral Science Consultant at Obian Bank, Kuwait. Sarah Bru Garcia, Head of Behavioral Science and Insights from Link Group. Thank you very much, UK. We have here Tatiana Abreu, Director of Behavioral Science at CBRE. Thank you, Tatiana, and thank you very much, Juan Guerra, Group Head of Behavioral Science at Santander. So, I think, as Rosa was saying, this is a very, very interesting table or panel because we can talk about how behavioral science is being applied in different cultures, in different regions, and in different companies, of course. So the first question will be, it is for all of you, we can start from there if you want. What role do you and what role does behavioral science play not only in your company, but in your countries, in your regions, maybe also in your industry, because that could be also interesting. And maybe if you can share an example with us.
Thank you, and thank you that we can do this discussion in English. I think the first thing, just in terms of the behavioral economics unit within Nedbank, is that Nedbank's intent or purpose is to be behavioral experts, or well, financial experts who do good. And that really lends itself to the brand promise that we have for our customers, which is to help them make better money choices. So it's within this context that we established the Behavioral Economics Unit and needed to identify how it can contribute to this brand promise. So we established that the intent, or stated the intent, is driving positive behavior change. And then we had to make the decision, is this purely just for clients, or is this something that we then internally do for staff as well? And we concluded that in order to create that experience for our staff, we needed to include, or for our clients, we needed to include a focus internally on our staff as well. So our intent statement for the Behavioral Economics Unit within Nedbank is to improve well-being through positive behavior change within our clients and within our staff. So that's the context. We, within the bank, we work across a number of different areas, from culture and leadership through to customer experience, engagements across our different channels, fraud prevention, as well as collection, and some of the other topics which we discussed today. So we're a small team, we're only 8, but we try our best to co-opt as much capacity across the business, get everybody excited, get them involved. We've got an institutionalization and embedding initiative where we've taken over 2,500 Nedbank staff members through either a one-day or longer training to just give them the basics of behavioral economics, give them an understanding of how it can be applied within their context. And what we find is that that really creates the enthusiasm, the excitement, and the willingness for them to lend their capacity to us doing more projects and extending that across. In terms of the context within South Africa, I think we've got the privilege of standing on the shoulders of some early pioneers within the South African context, both within academia, in the public sector, consultancies, and the private sector and the financial sector. There were many individuals who saw very early on that this science is something that can really help us overcome some of the systemic challenges that we have within the as a country, but also in meeting the needs, financial and others, of those within our markets. And I'll speak a bit more about that later.
So first of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present BeWay Bank from Kuwait. We relatively started new. It's almost 2 months since we started, but the journey has been over like more than a year on how we embedded behavioral science in the bank. BeWay Bank has been awarded as the best bank in Kuwait for the past 14 years in terms of customer experience. So it was not that much of a tough sell to embedding the behavioral science, since when I approached the bank on how we can embed behavioral science and how can the behavioral science can enhance the bank offering in products and services and the well-being of the employee. I've been told that the bank thinks of the employee and the customer as center of their offering. So what we have now with our strategic partner BeWay is how we can find an opportunities that we can drive not only the customer experience and make the bank at the same time profitable in areas like how we increase the financial well-being of the customer, how we increase the savings account, how we understand the barriers that the customers might face during their digital journeys in the branch. And I am thrilled for this journey, and I since the region itself is booming with the behavioral science, especially in Saudi Arabia, I think it's a cornerstone of what we can offer in the future. So thank you.
Right. Thank you. I will, first of all, join my colleagues here in thanking you for having me here. It's been so far a really, really interesting summit. So in terms of, to give you a bit of context, I head the behavioral science team at Link Group, which is a communications consultancy. working in the public sector and some private sector as well, in the UK and beyond. And in terms of like the role of behavioral science in my organization, I think I'm lucky enough to be working in an organization that is sort of mature. So behavioral science underpins everything that we do within the organization, which is, you know, oftentimes it's not the case. And so behavioral science is really present in every single, you know, team, every single thing that we do. So, for example, one of the things that we do is making sure that behavioral science is present from the inception of a project. So everything, you know, is underpinned by behavioral science from very early on, as opposed to, you know, coming very late in the project where it's just very difficult to do anything impactful. And just to, you know, as a bit of context, we tend to work in like 4 main areas. One which is health related, so things to do with, you know, increasing vaccine uptake, increasing, for example, the efficiency of the health system. We work in sustainability as well. So, you know, how to reduce, for example, single-use plastics in the national health system. We also work in what we call crime and justice, which is essentially we work with the police a lot. And we also work in the area of mis and disinformation, which someone mentioned initially. So how do we, you know, build trust in audiences, and how do we make sure that if we are communicating and, you know, trying for people to change their behavior, they do so, they trust the source of the information, etc.
So I'm going to repeat the thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with such good moderators and panel colleagues as well. So I was hearing everyone and I was thinking, well, we are the babies on the early stage of this and the micro team, because we are 3, not 8. And so, yeah, at CBRE and in the real estate sector, this journey started a few years ago, based specifically on the strategic vision of the company that has 4 pillars, the 4 Ps as we call it, places, properties, planet, and people. And regarding the business, we didn't have any capabilities specifically to address the people pillar. We started as within a bigger business unit, which is called Strategic Consulting, and mainly focused on clients, a little bit different from you, Herman, which what we are mostly doing is providing behavioral science services to end clients, which can be investors, owners of buildings, or even occupiers. What we saw and we are clearly in early stages, is that pushing business in a market that we feel is quite conservative and quite a lagger, that has a lot of barriers regarding the adoption of behavioral science because of the type of profiles, the physicality of the business as well. What we found is that mainly to drive business and to be able to grow, we also need, as we heard on the previous table, to focus on the internal part, to be able to have an adoption and a behavioral-driven company, which is also a path and is built step by step. So I think that I addressed the sector, which is conservative, and regarding the countries, what I feel is that in Spain, and we mainly operate in Iberia, Portugal, and Spain, compared to LATAM, which we heard a lot of cases here, I think that the adoption is in an earlier stage regarding behavioral science. For example, just to show you, in real estate, we are the first consultancy firm to have a behavioral science team. So we see that in finance, for example, things are quite more advanced, but in other areas, not as much.
Good morning. I'm Juan Guerra. I lead behavioral science at Banco Santander. Also, let me say a big congratulations to BeWay for this amazing event, and thank you for inviting us to this panel.
Thank you.
So in Santander, we started the application of behavioral science 3-4 years ago. The team sits within customer experience, and similar to what Hernan was saying, our purpose is to improve the customer outcomes. Very soon after establishing the team at group level, also a team led by Jaime Fuertes in Mexico was established. And the work we do is focused in customer experience, but we also work very closely with business teams, with compliance teams, with cyber teams, with HR teams. Maybe a bit on the questions on cultural differences, which is precisely one of the big challenges we face as a global team within a global corporation. I guess we should not focus on the outcomes of different interventions. We need to focus on the applications, the methodology, the lens we are using, and that's what we should be thinking on scaling. Every behavioral intervention, or most of them, you can have different methodologies, but there's a behavioral objective, there's a research, there's an intervention design, and there's experimentation. And there are pieces within each of them that you can leverage and take away. So maybe it's not focused so much on the last insight, but on how you applied the methodology and how can I take this to another region. And I guess, I mean, it's behavioral science, it's behavior as the lens, it's the scientific method that we use. Each individual part has its value, but it's the overall what really adds value to a company.
Very interesting.
Thank you very much. So as we have seen, some of you are pioneers, others have a more mature context to develop. Others have mentioned a global context, which is in itself a very big challenge. What advice would you give to our audience, some of which are starting in this adventure, some of them have already started? What type of advice, lessons learned would you like to share with them?
Thank you. So I think being either intentional about where you position the capability at first, or being very aware of the strengths and weaknesses, or limitations rather than weaknesses, of where you're based. So we've been exchanging some notes here on who's based in which different unit and like how that changes our experiences. But practically within Nedbank, what we saw is in the early days, our behavioral economic competency was based within the product team. And that meant the distance between those experts and the product teams was very short. Like the ability to iterate, engage, like make recommendations and make those changes. As soon as you move into another function, you need to understand that you need dedicated bridges to overcome that distance. And we also heard earlier Keke talking specifically about like agile groups and navigating those. But obviously in different banks, those are different stages of maturity and effectiveness. So thinking both through kind of the organizational mechanisms to overcome that distance, but also like specifically within your business unit, how do you overcome that? And also just thinking about what are the early wickets that you want to put on the scoreboard? Like what is really important? What will the stakeholders internally deem as success? And think about creating those relationships early on and executing on that. I think there's now, like, we have the advantage of so many of these units being established that we've got this body of knowledge that we can take from different sectors, different institutions on what works and what doesn't work. And this community here, like if you're establishing or thinking about repositioning it, like, tap into the vast experience here to, again, get that insight on what you think may or may not work for you. Thank you.
Or if you have also some tips about specific ambassadors that are easier than others, you can also share that. I mean, all of you.
Yes. So I think in an organization, you either have to find the ambassadors or you have to create them. And those are sometimes different strategies, but I think this is not specifically to behavioral science units. This is whenever you start something new within an organization, is to find how does that organism currently work and where best can you attach it to get the resources that you need and to enable the type of growth that that business unit needs.
So myself, I'll start with the small anecdote. Is where all that begins. It begins with Pedro. Last year, during our class in behavioral economics, and the moral is always ask for help. So I told Pedro, I want to do this, so you gotta help me. So he stuck with me for a couple of months, and the other thing that he made that happen is introducing the right partner, which he introduced me to Danny. And in order to take that to the next level is, as Herman mentioned, is to find, I would say, the hero in the organization. In my case was the chief data, who took my hand and gave me the support that needed to be to success in this initiative. The importance of the hero in the organization, not only as strategic partner, but also he can guide you through the organization. He can eliminate the risk of mistakes that you might occur during your initiative. And more or less is first to ask for help, second to partner with the right strategic partner, and third is how you will position yourself in the organization. And much what Keke mentioned during his talk is, 90% behavioral science, 10% behavioral science, 90% is how you navigate through the organization, how you position yourself, how you strategically bring all these stakeholders to one goal, that we are here to help. This is something I learned from Julian. I would advise everyone is to offer the help for everyone. We are here to help. We want you to succeed. We want to learn your KPIs and how we can help you to achieve those KPIs. Other than that is to day by day spread the knowledge of behavioral science. And as much as you tailor those stories or business cases to their needs, to their goals, to their wants, you will find them reaching out to you, helping you out. And this is what you want after all, because as the organization become more sophisticated and complex, you need those ambassadors in every department and division to help you navigate to the end goal that you want to reach. Sarah.
So I think I will start with, an ideal scenario, but then I can also give an example on, when the scenario isn't ideal. So as I mentioned, in my current organization, behavioral science is really established and it's kind of like integrated across, which is ideal. I also work in the UK, which, talking about cultural differences, it's a very mature country as well for the implementation of behavioral science. The first, government behavioral insight team was created in the UK government, 2010, right after, the publication of Nudge, pretty much. So there is, an understanding that if you're treating with human beings, understanding how they behave and why they behave, and the barriers and the drivers that they experience adds value. And even in the public sector where, I tend to work, there's an understanding that before, for example, you implement any policy, which, policy requires often very significant behavior change, and oftentimes it's also imposed on you. So you're not nudging anyone, you're telling people this is going to happen, whether you like it or not. So doing that behavioral work, making sure that you are, for example, communicating the policy in the best possible way, so you get acceptance, people understand why things are happening, transparency, etc. So, in that context, we are brought into projects, say with the government, with the Welsh government, the UK government, and that work has been done already, like they understand the value of behavioral science, so I don't need to get any buy-in because I already get it, and that's ideal, obviously, makes my life way easier. But I've also been at the other end of the spectrum, which is when you are brought into an organization to create a behavioral science capability. So there's none, and they expect you to, upskill people, train people, so that people get like a fundamental understanding of behavioral science. And that's a very, very different situation. And that's when things like, which stakeholders are key becomes like absolutely critical. So I think, if you're in that situation where the value of behavioral science it's not necessarily known or assumed or, accepted as kind of like a universal truth, then I think it's really important to be realistic in terms of what you want to do with that organization, with those teams. So, for example, don't pretend to change the way in which people work radically. Just learn how they work and kind of piggyback on what they do currently, but introduce that behavioral science lens. Have you thought about your users' barriers? That's already giving you that extra lens of human behavior, right? Without having to change the way in which people work, which I kind of learned the hard way. It doesn't really work. And identify key stakeholders as well, because this sounds incredibly obvious, but if you don't have buy-in from critical stakeholders within that organization that you're working with, behavioral science is not going to go anywhere. So just make sure you identify them and you do the work, the fundamentals with them before you even try to sort of scale any intervention within the organization.
I thought you were going to say that mature clients are more demanding, which is also a big challenge.
Well, yeah, because some people don't know what they don't know. So because they don't quite understand behavioral science, they don't quite understand what you can bring to the table necessarily. And that goes one of two ways. Either they just say, yes, whatever you want, I trust you. Or they ask for completely outrageous things. Or, the expectations are not realistic. And then people who understand the role of behavioral science, they have a certain standard and they expect certain, outcomes. So yeah, I think both can be tricky in different ways, I think.
Well, I think a lot of the things that were discussed so far resonate with me. In my experience and talking, I think that first, think well how you're going to position your team or your department. Is it purely corporate to give support, because we saw here examples of that, or is it a business income generating unit, which is a little bit different? From my experience, I would say that if you are in a more conservative and more traditional market, even if your main goal is to be a income generating unit, that probably having a role, a corporate role, and embedding or instilling the behavioral science and behavioral economics tools and ways of thinking into the organization is very relevant. I would say that having a very good sponsor, a CEO and chief innovator officer or something like that is relevant, but not enough. Because usually you have mid-management which can very easily boycott anything that top management do. So bringing people to understand the value of behavioral science, to be able to support them on the way you use it, as Omar was commenting, or even Herman or Sarah, is very relevant. So I would say that have a clear focus on what your barriers are, because when I was listening to everyone, I was thinking, this is really thinking of how can you apply the process of behavioral science on defining your business plan, basically. Because one of the things that we need to understand is that in companies and in business, we are dealing with people which have barriers, have biases, have their own ways of thinking, their own experience. So making sure that we tackle that and that we create for the specific context the best process possible.
Start is my recommendation. I mean, I don't know any company who will regret a decision to better understand human behavior. I mean, how come you not want to understand the subtle forces driving customer decisions, employee decisions? And it's true that in the how, there's a lot of open questions, and we see that in the panel, we see it in other organizations that are here, that behavioral science teams sit in different places in the organization. And sometimes it's risk, sometimes it's marketing, sometimes it's compliance, sometimes it's strategy, sometimes it's people. But I'd say, do not get too concerned on paralysis by analysis, and just start thinking on human behavior, start experimenting, start testing, and then find for yourself and see if it's worth or not. And in any case, there might be a bit of a survivorship bias on this statement when you speak with different people. But in any case, that's one recommendation. And something maybe more practical, and it was also introduced, but try to align your behavioral science unit priorities with your business priorities. And again, might be risk priorities, might be marketing priorities, might be customer experience priorities. But make sure you align with something which is important for the organization.
Thank you very much for all your advices. I think they will be very helpful for a lot of people. And these advices, they had like a little taste of the past, but we do not have very much time, so we have to do our quick twist to the future, right? So let's think a little bit about the future. How do you see you are all head of behavioral sciences, and I presume that you want behavioral sciences to be really part, of course, aligned with the business objectives, but really be part of everything is done in the company. How do you see this, that we in BeWay call behavioral-driven organization? How do you see the next steps there? And how do you see that behavioral science will evolve within your companies and in your context?
Thank you. So I think here the intersect of kind of the cultural differences and the future plays well, particularly for the South African context. So we're the Rainbow Nation. We have 11 official languages, and all of them have their own beautiful cultures and practices and worldviews associated to them. Also, unfortunately, have very large income inequality. So there's difference in material means across our client base, which also changes how they respond to us and our engagements and our conversations, and also the business case for serving them. So for us, we have to move beyond kind of this single nudge across the entire population into finding like how can we better tailor, how can we better target like the specific needs of these very diverse subgroups. And we're very excited to partner with BeWay to start on the behavioral segmentation journey. In our collections practices, we're starting to work on like how can we better use those ranging of official languages and different contexts to kind of really more emotionally connect with individuals in their kind of, primary spoken language to overcome those kind of resistance or psychological distance that they might have with us as a provider. So that's really kind of like the key areas to like start focusing on. How do we go from kind of this measuring kind of heterogeneous, or start measuring heterogeneous effects and going down into our subgroups and really kind of meeting our clients where they're at rather than trying to just shift average performance in a direction which benefits the bank. The other area that's also quite clear is like we've gone through kind of this interest rate hike cycle and COVID. Both of those kind of like focused a lot of attention on improving collections practices as well as kind of the customer interactions through kind of like call centers and branch and others. And I think the work there is really great and will continue to mature. But going forward, I definitely see an appetite within the South African market to see how do like commercial banks like ours better compete with kind of like digital first banks and others that have different experience. So we've got an objective to be digital when you need it and digital when you need it and human when you need it. Like so, really kind of those like parallels and like how do we manage those handoffs between it in a way that can like really bring the best possible customer service. So that's how I see some of the future on our side.
Thank you. So to answer this question, I want to address it in two folds. First one is speaking from our region is is that like, how can we transfer that knowledge from not just only your domain into the other domains and to the public sectors? For example, now, if I want to foresee what is happening in the future is the for our practice at least is the hyper-personalization, is how I recall reading an article is like 80 or 88% of customers are willing to share their personal information in exchange for tailored services and products. So how can an organization using predictive analytics, using behavioral science, using behavioral data science in order to address that need? And at the same time is how we get the lesson learned and can transform it to the public sector in order to help the public policy in order to make the citizen better, living better by increasing the vaccination. How can we help them initiate a new policy that elevate the population financial well-being, for example? This kind of cross-cultural learning is I think a mandatory, and it starts by creating culture of experimentation in the organization. You have to, I think for me, it's my goal is creating that culture of experimentation in order to make everyone speak the same language, in order to elevate the organization, hence elevate the industry and the country or the region you are working with. Thank you very much.
So, I mean, I second what they've said, especially Herman, in terms of obviously making sure that interventions are tailored to your target populations and making sure that you account for that heterogeneity of the population is really key. I will say, to give a different perspective, like someone working in communications from a more sort of public sector point of view, I think the intersection between behavioral science and trust is going to be really important, because, you know, especially when you work in communicating with people and how to best communicate to get people to change their behavior in ways that, you know, most people would agree are beneficial to them. I think with, you know, the role of AI, generative AI, which is a great opportunity, but it's also, you know, quite a challenge in terms of pushing, you know, mis and disinformation out there. For my field, for example, that's quite critical, because if I am communicating about a policy, say to increase vaccination, which, you know, most people would agree is a good thing, I need people to trust the source of that information. And it's really difficult to maintain people's trust when, you know, the problem is that people, it's not that they don't have enough information, but it's that they have so much information that it becomes virtually impossible to discern what you should trust, what you shouldn't trust. If we add, you know, human behavior, biases, heuristics, etc. into that, it becomes a really, really challenging thing, which I think, you know, behavioral science will be helping to navigate. It already is, but it will be helping more in the future as well.
Yeah, so just to be mindful of time, to leave some minutes to Juan. And also because I think everything both Herman, Omar, and Sarah already commented are very interesting and relevant. I will keep it short and sweet. I think that more than future, our ambition is to make sure that we create in real estate more human spaces, and for that we think that the main ingredient is behavioral science. So our ambition looking towards the future is to make sure that in any decision regarding real estate, behavioral science has a very important role. Yeah, basically, just to give a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Tatiana. No, I mean, I guess on my side, two thoughts. One on trends or things that might come from a financial services sector point of view. The other more broadly. On FS, I think there's an opportunity to leverage behavioral science to ensure, again, good customer outcomes. We see this in some of the authorities. In the UK, the Financial Conduct Authority is requesting banks to leverage behavioral science to ensure our clients understand our products, our services, our comms. So that's a very positive opportunity for us. Also, from a broader perspective, and maybe building on Sarah on AI, I think two thoughts. One, how can AI help behavioral science teams? Two, how can behavioral science help AI development? No? On the first one, it's about things we all know. How can we make research more efficient? Is it worth having synthetic respondents? How can we use AI for data slicing and dicing and analyzing information, or even for experimentation? On the latter, which probably is more important even for organizations, how can we leverage behavioral science to inform AI developments? I think there's probably a lot of 7 minutes left, so we're not going to deep dive that too much, but I guess one, how can we make AI more human, less artificial? And two, what are, from a customer perspective, what are the expectations of human with regards to AI? Which is actually quite a complex thought. There is this concept in robotics, which is the uncanny valley, which is basically that when robots tend to be too human, we somehow reject them. So it's something to think about. How are we going to develop AI, but how are we going to present AI to humans in order to make this relationship thinking on the future?
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for your thoughts.
Thank you. Time for questions.
Yep, no. Yes. Well, first of all, thank you again for coming from different places to share your experience and thoughts. Well, I think after this panel, we all have a clear vision of how behavioral science is applicable not only for any industry, any department within the companies, but also, of course, in any region. We have many questions. Let's see. We may have time for two. Sorry. Well, no, yeah, no, it was locked. So the first one is specifically directed to Omar. Which are, in your opinion, the biggest challenges and differences between applying behavioral sciences in Europe, USA, and doing it in Kuwait?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. It was quite fast. Which are, in your opinion, the biggest challenges and differences between applying behavioral sciences in Europe, USA, and doing it in Kuwait?
Okay, that's a good question. Yeah. So the first question, when I started pitching the idea of behavioral science to the bank, the first question is what worked in Spain or in Colombia would work in Kuwait? And does that apply to everywhere? So my answer was, let's experiment. Yeah, let's take that business case and let's take that, whatever worked there, and let's see how cross-cultural experimentation would prevail. So in order to make a sound decision, but if the question toward is that applicable for starting new units in an organization, I think yes. What you need, as again I will mention very briefly, is you have the passion to start at this one, no matter what was the organization size. And don't be shy of asking help to the right partnership, and make sure that you bring something or you identify some challenge within the organization, then you can bring something you bring the solution with the different lens. So at least you will have seat in the table, at least you will have foot in the door, then you can take it forward.
Good, thank you. Yeah, we have time for more. So do you think, well, for all of you, do you think that EMEA companies have the culture of adoption needed to make organizational changes based on behavioral science? we've talked before about organizational changes.
Can you
not
repeat
only-
the question,
Yeah,
please?
sure.
Sorry.
Do you think that in MEA companies have the culture of adoption needed to make organizational changes based on behavioral science?
So I think all of us sitting here are examples of organizations changing to at least test or pilot how this can change their organizations and implement it, but I'm sure we can go across the table.
Well, I think that the rapid changes that we're seeing, for example, talking about in real estate, where things that we had in a very solid and cash cow market have been changing so much, I think there's the willingness of most companies to recognize the human value, the value of behavioral science. The application is a little bit different, but I would agree with Juan that you need to try and to get it done, otherwise you will be stuck on a rant not going forward. But I think that the timing is a good timing for adoption, and it's a good time to grow, in my perspective, coming from a conservative sector.
And just to add, I mean, I'd say yes, obviously, and even more if a company thinks things cannot be changed, even more it's an opportunity for them to apply behavioral science. So 100% yes.
It's just going to take a little bit longer, huh?
So I think just to reiterate what Juan said earlier, just we as practitioners also have to believe in our craft. I feel often we go in and we're almost apologetic, like, do you mind us trying? Do you mind us trying? Like once these projects are done, like the return on investment, it cannot be matched by, it's really, really hard to find another discipline, another practice, another approach that can achieve the types of ROIs that behavioral science approach can achieve. So just be bold, claim it, just do it, show the impact, and then keep asking for more resources.
And I would say that even in, say the UK, which has been applying behavioral science for like 15 years, government, regulators, etc., there's always more work to be done. Like there's still, areas where it might not be applied to the same extent. So I think there's an appetite, and there's still plenty of opportunity to add value to all sorts of sectors, even in EMEA countries. So yeah, it's a good moment, I think, for behavioral science.
And that's why you're all here, and you're all here, and all the people connected are here, right? Okay.
Thank you very much, all of you. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you a lot.
Bueno, ha sido todo un gusto escuchar al equipo y a las empresas de MEA y empezar a ver las diferencias de la aplicación de las ciencias del comportamiento entre América Latina y esta región. Vamos a pasar a uno de los grandes momentos de la jornada. Porfa, un poco de silencio para que podamos continuar. Vamos a pasar a uno de los grandes momentos de la jornada, donde además nosotras no nos corresponde introducir a las conferencistas.
These panelists. We have another person. We have the CMO of BeWay, who is going to introduce our next speakers.
Hello, I'm Alex Ferrer. Welcome again. I have the great privilege of introducing two of our top speakers today, or during the summit. And I have to say it's a great privilege, but it was difficult to summarize their degrees and work and experience. So this is going to be a really interesting talk. Before I introduce them, I have to tell you that they just landed at 8 a.m. today. So we're really honored. I mean, we're really thankful for their effort to join us. They really wanted to share their experience here. But be kind. Remember, they have not slept too much, okay? So, Susan Shu, she's a Dean of Faculty and Research for the Cornell University, S.C. Johnson College of Business, and also John S. Dyson Professor in Marketing at the Dyson School of Applied Economics and Management. She has taught marketing and decision-making courses to MBA students at the University of Chicago, Southern Methodist University, INSEAD, and UCLA. She's also an NBER Research Associate, holds a joint faculty appointment at the UCLA Medical School, and serves on the Academic Research Council for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. She received a PhD and MBA from the University of Chicago. She also holds a bachelor's degree and master's in engineering master's in electrical engineering from Cornell University. I can breathe now. Awesome, great. She has given us amazing work like beyond not just tools of choice architecture, which we often use to convince potential customers about the benefits of behavioral science. So great contribution. And also we have Stephen Shu. He's a professor of practice of behavioral economics at Charles H. Dyson School of Applied Economics and Management, and also serves as the academic director for the CEMS Master in International Management program at Cornell University. He has more than 3 decades in industry experience and is perhaps most recognized for helping to incubate some of the very first behavioral economics initiatives around the world in the commercial sector. We actually saw a picture of him with Diego Valero earlier today. Prior to his work in behavioral economics, he ran the global career business consulting practice for Nortel and worked as a management consultant at PRTM, acquired later by PwC. He holds a PhD from City University of London, an MBA from the University of Chicago, and both a Master's in Engineering and Bachelor's in Electrical Engineering from Cornell University. Amazing.
Very nice.
Among his work also, he gave us temporal reframing to increase savings. So you might remember, because also Jose Arellano mentioned it today, which is that part in which you tell people to save €5 a day instead of 150 a month or 35 a week. That's part of his work. We also have convinced some customers to come work with us, so thank you. We probably owe you. So it is my privilege to present you to Suzanne and Stephen Shu. Please welcome.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for having us. We are delighted to be here. And in addition to just getting off a plane this morning, this is one of the first talks we've ever done together. So we're going to see how this goes. It could go well, could be a disaster, but we're fingers crossed. So we're going to talk about behavioral economics in action, putting together the academic perspective that I'll start with, and then moving on to the more applied perspective that Steve will be covering. All of his decades of experience working with these kinds of behavioral units and companies, he's able to think through a lot of the issues that we were even hearing in the last panel of how do you get organizations to adopt behavioral science interventions and ways of thinking all the way up to a behavioral-driven organization. But I'm going to start with the academic side and take you through a little bit of what we have been working on within the academic literature within this space. Of course, you know a lot of what's already happened, and let me put up my first slide. The research literature, right, really started all the way back in the 70s. Kahneman and Tversky were doing work on heuristics and biases. An entire field of judgment and decision-making grew up around that. And from there, we started working on the idea of interventions and nudges and choice architecture, and going in and looking at very targeted problems and behaviors where we could take that list of judgment and decision-making and heuristics and biases approaches and think about why are people making the decisions they're making? How can we maybe nudge them to make a slightly different decision? And so this is a list I like to use when I'm teaching of a lot of the different things that we know about. These are probably ones that you're familiar with on having done a lot of the readings in the space. This particular list I stole from Dilip Soman's book, The Last Mile. If you haven't seen that, that's a really nice book about that last step of implementing behavioral science in organizations and policy spaces. So I'd call that sort of nudge tools. That's the basic intervention space, and I'm going to start with some examples there. But where are we evolving to? Where is the academic literature trying to move to? I would argue that a lot of what we try to take into account now is also the situational context. So an intervention or a tool that works in one environment may not necessarily work in another environment, and we have to take a lot more of the situation into account. And then there's also another piece of that, which is that real situations, and this came up in the panel that just was talking about how hard it is to implement behavioral science in organizations, real situations are very complex, right? In academia, it's what we would call multiply determined. There's a lot of different things going on that are influencing behavior, and to try to solve that with a single intervention is often not the simplest way to do it. Academics really like studying nice, clean-cut, single approaches to psychology where we're not dealing with multiple mechanisms, but in the real world, there are multiple mechanisms. So how do we think about that? Eric Johnson's great book on the elements of choice talks about that situational context and how important that is to understand exactly the full environment that people are operating in. From there, the other piece that to me is really interesting and I think is one of the next big stages that a lot of us will be working on is bringing in personalization. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment and why it's so hard to study personalized interventions. And again, going back to Eric Johnson, he's got a nice paper with Dan Goldstein and some others a few years ago in Harvard Business Review, and they talk about the difference between mass defaults, for example, and personalized defaults. So the basic concept of a default, of defaulting somebody into a particular outcome in a choice, when can you just use a one-size-fits-all, and when do you have to start to personalize it? It turns out that that personalization question is really hard to solve. All right, so let me give you some specific examples on each of these three chunks. Let me start with single goal interventions for behavioral change. This is probably what most of us are the most familiar with, right? This is what Nudge talks about. This is what a lot of the research in choice architecture talks about. A lot of the examples that we have in the literature are built around this. And here I'm talking about we see a particular behavior from a consumer or an employee or a citizen, an individual, and we want to somehow adjust that behavior, and we create an intervention to try to get involved with that. The examples I'm going to use are from a stream of literature that I've been working on for many years now called psychological ownership, and just as examples of these single type interventions. So one that we published a few years ago was focused on what's called the tragedy of the commons. This is an idea in economics that if you have something that is publicly owned, shared ownership, it's hard to get anyone to take responsibility for taking care of it. So public lands, community-owned property, things like that, economists have written about this for years, and traditional solutions are things like enforcement and punishment, or passing laws about how you're going to take care of those public spaces. I've been doing work for a while in psychological ownership and consumer behavior, and if you're familiar with the endowment effect, right? The endowment effect says that once you own something, you value it more. We started out on working on psychological ownership saying, well, does it have to be legal ownership, or can we just have people develop some psychological ownership for an item and get something that looks like an endowment effect? This was sort of an extension of that in a really tough context where there's no legal ownership at all because it's a public space. And so by using psychological ownership and some of the interventions that we have in that space, we were able to do things like get people to take better care of a lake and pick up trash and contribute more to public spaces. Some of the interventions that exist in that space, ideas like investing yourself in the object, having some control over the environment, and having more knowledge about it, ends up increasing psychological ownership, and we were able to show that that led to this effect of stewardship and care and responsibility for public spaces. A brand new paper that we have coming out later this year, maybe even early next year, so this is literally hot off the presses, we took it to the hospitality context and said, can we use psychological ownership in hospitality. One of the panelists that was just up here was in the real estate space, and you could apply it somewhere there too. So think about a hotel, and we actually ran a study in a hotel. This was an on-campus hotel for one of our co-authors. When people checked in, they had the choice of which room they were going to stay in, which is a little bit different than just being assigned a room. So now people have a little bit stronger feeling of ownership by choosing their own room. We then watched to see how well they took care of that room, how clean they kept it, and we found that simply choosing their own room leads to higher psychological ownership, which then in turn leads to higher room cleanliness. And we've done other things in the hospitality sector to try to show that increasing psychological ownership among guests, very simple interventions at check-in, can lead to these downstream behaviors and higher loyalty towards the hotel chain. So these types of examples, though, very one-shot, one-size-fits-all behaviors that we are trying to adjust, and we're building an intervention that we can use on anybody who comes through the door and see this behavior change. But that's a very specialized world to work in, where the behavior is so known and so particular and happens once. What if we start moving it into health? So this was, again, a one-shot decision. We were doing some work at UCLA on trying to get people to do more colon cancer screening. And again, we use psychological ownership, wording like, you have been selected. This is your cancer screening kit, right? How do you want to take care of your cancer kit? Some of these same ideas have been used in the vaccination space now, about your vaccine is waiting for you, or your flu shot is waiting for you. But again, a single shot decision, a single shot choice that we are trying to shift behavior on. Let's move that, though, into context, and I'm going to stay in that health space for a moment and talk about when we start to look at larger health problems, it gets much more complicated than just getting someone to go do a cancer screening test or take a vaccine. Now we're trying to change overall lifestyle for long periods of time. And part of the work we did in that space was thinking about chronic diseases. So think about a chronic disease, even something like high blood pressure or high cholesterol. Someone who's been diagnosed with one of those health challenges now has to change their behavior every day for multiple years and stick with it. And that's a hard thing to do, right? It's not a single shot anymore. It's getting them to do the same thing time after time after time. And because of the situational context, there are multiple barriers that are getting in the way. So we even wrote a paper a few years ago thinking about, for chronic disease, all of the different sort of heuristics and biases and things that could be going on that affect people, when you might have different types of interventions at different stages in that, and how do you get people to have sustained control of that chronic disease. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but this is the kind of challenge that gets really messy, and academics don't always like to try to study because there are so many things going on here, right? We can't just say we can do one thing and see that it has an effect on that choice, because now we have a lot of things that we need to intervene on. When we try to work on these kinds of problems, and we did some work with blood pressure and with weight loss and some other topics that fall in this category, we tend to take the approach of throwing a lot of things at it all at once, right? Trying to change the behavior through as many means possible. For those of you working in applied spaces, that's a luxury that you have, is that you can use multiple interventions all folded together. Academics get very nervous when we start doing that because we don't know exactly what's going on, what's the psychology there, but that's how you make change. And so some of the things we've done for healthy behavior, playing around with motivation, payment for changing outcomes, payment for changing behavior, and then finding a way to make that become a habit that people will stick with for a long period of time. All right. The last piece I want to touch on before I hand over to Steve is interventions personalized by barrier. And this is the personalization or the customization piece. And this is where things get really messy from an empirical perspective of how we test these. And let me explain why some of that is so difficult. So a big stream of research I work on is retirement income decisions, or what's sometimes called decumulation. So think about once people have hopefully saved for retirement and they reach retirement, and they need to now spend down that money. It's a topic I've been working on since my dissertation days, and a really tricky topic because, again, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of psychology embedded in that. There's emotion, there's financial trade-offs, there's feelings of loss aversion. A lot of those things get in the way. The other aspect of those decisions, though, is that they have to be highly personalized. Everyone's situation is different. So on the savings side, when we're trying to get people to save for retirement, that's something that most people can get behind. They're interested in saving more for retirement at the individual, say, employee level. The employer wants them to save for retirement. The financial services companies and the banks and investment wealth management folks, they want people to save for retirement. Everybody's sort of moving in the same direction with a single goal. It makes it a little bit easier to get everyone on board with interventions that are one size fits all and increase retirement savings. On the decumulation side, though, there are so many individual differences that we need to take into account that it's very hard to have a one size fits all solution, right? We need to take into account life expectations. We need to take into account family composition. We need to take into account what kind of job the individual does. Whether they're married or not can influence some of those outcomes. So this is actually a screenshot. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that Alex mentioned that I work with in the US has a tool that I was helping them with of trying to get people to at least think about some of those trade-offs at the individual level. Given that there are more individual level influences on what a correct or a better decision looks like in this space, we have to start thinking about, should the interventions be more tailored to fit that person's needs? We can't force everyone or try to nudge everyone into doing exactly the same thing in this space. But, and this is where it gets messy, testing multiple interventions simultaneously alongside the individual differences that we need to understand to personalize those interventions from a statistical perspective is really messy. And I'll give you a specific example of that from a study that we did a few years ago that has recently been published. We were looking at Social Security claiming decisions in the US. Think of this as similar to a national or a public pension, right? It's what the US uses to help people in retirement. There are some decisions available here. The main decision is what age you want to start claiming your benefits. Do you start early at 62? Do you wait until around 67, 68? Or do you wait all the way till age 70? The amount of money you receive changes accordingly. So there's a real trade-off between the benefit size and the age at which claiming starts. And the overall finding is that most people, if we think again about the aggregate, are claiming too early. Some people have really good, valid reasons for claiming early. Maybe their life expectancy is predicted to be shorter, or they're coming off of a very difficult job and they just didn't have a chance to save much and they need to start at 62. But we'd expect that more people would start later than they do. And so we started asking the question of what kind of interventions can we try, and is there a way to match the intervention to the individual? So someone who's more loss averse, is there an intervention for them versus someone who is a high intertemporal discounter? Is there a better intervention for them? And how do we customize it in these ways? So we tested in this paper, I think it was about 13 different interventions. I'm just going to throw them up here quickly. I'm not going to go through them in much detail. We tried playing around with the framing, tried playing around with the social norms, tried messages that got them to think about their future selves, different kinds of information messages, and reflection messages. One of my favorites here is a message about regret. Think about how much you might regret this decision in the future, getting them to sort of project more. And, you know, walking into this, I kind of thought, okay, that regret one might work for people who are impatient, heavy intertemporal discounters. They don't value the future much, and I need to force them to think about the future. And maybe this intervention will work better for them, whereas maybe the framing intervention will work better for someone who is loss averse. But here's the problem. When you run a study like this with 13 different interventions and lots of individual difference measures, now you have to look at statistically the interactions of all of those, and you start running into a problem that you're testing multiple hypotheses all at once, and it raises the stakes in terms of the statistics that we need to show that it's actually having an impact. So we find that the interventions on a global scale, right, some work better than others. We find that some individual differences are more important than others. Patience is a big one. Financial literacy matters. loss aversion here didn't matter so much, although in some of our other studies we found that it has. But trying to find where those two things link up is really, really difficult. Linnea Gandhi, who presented yesterday, she and some of her colleagues at Wharton have done these big studies on vaccinations where they can use millions of people going for flu shots or going for vaccinations and start doing a little bit more. But that's the kind of data that you need to do these kinds of projects. So it's hard for an academic to be able to get to the point where we can clearly say, yes, if you have someone sitting in front of you who is intertemporally impatient, then you should definitely use this intervention for that client versus some other client who's going to come through the door later who's more loss averse. All right, so my quick takeaways before I hand over to Steve. We started with one-size-fits-all interventions for very specific one-time shot behaviors in many cases. We're thinking now more about interventions in context, all of those situational factors that matter, like some of the health decisions or other kinds of decisions that people are making. And then the goal that I think is super important is the personalized interventions. Testing at that scale is challenging, but we're getting better at finding big data sets where we can do it with. And this is also a space where I think machine learning and AI is really going to help us make much bigger progress than what we've been able to make in the past on building those personalized interventions. And now I will hand it over to my better half.
Great. Thank you, Suzanne. So, awesome job.
Thank you.
My better half.
This is the one I
so I wanted to say, you know, it's perfect. She overviewed the innovations in behavioral science, starting from kind of the single interventions, multiple interventions, kind of moving to personalization. And so now I'm thinking about what am I going to talk about? I'm talking about like how do we get from science to business application? And I recognize that people are in different states of the journey. So the way I thought I would do this was I was going to paint a picture sort of using a time machine, going back in time to when kind of things started and take learnings from the different phases and kind of roll those together. So I wanted to start with the sort of the John Legend start a fire thing with the Nudge book in 2008. And I wanted to talk about how we had this industry evolution and how these challenges came to be and, you know, what did we do? So there was you know, a few phases that I broke things into. One was kind of this pioneering phase. This was like right after the book started off. I mentioned the company that I worked with, Allianz Global Investors, along with Shlomo Ben-Artzi. We had a bunch of advisors along with Richard Thaler as part of the advisory board to start that kind of initiative. There were, at the time, it was kind of like a unicorn effort in the commercial space. There were a lot of public sector companies. But I want to touch a little bit on some of the things that we got from that phase. The second phase that I want to talk about was the specialization phase, which is not unlike what was seen in sort of the accountancy and the management consultancy evolution back in the 50s. When those independent organizations start off, they started collecting those experts. And we have seen a lot of things like that in the specialization. With the specialist consultancies, at one point I was keeping track of things, and the consultancies were like a third of the number of companies that were actually doing behavioral science units. During that time frame, there was also a lot of development in the universities to start these behavioral science programs. So I'll talk a little bit about that phase. And the last phase is more like this portfolio strategy, where I think at least what I'm seeing with some organizations really bringing in some things that don't necessarily come from the behavioral science space, but kind of mixing behavioral science with the management space. I think some of those things can help us kind of get to the next level depending upon where you are on your journey. So I'm going to start first with this kind of pioneering phase. So what cards were companies dealt in the pioneering phase? So the Ace of Spades is like a power card, so I did it that way. You know, we had enablers. The book Nudge came out, gave people a language. This is something that we struggle with in a lot of companies that are starting to do things. We also had this notion of small changes can make a big difference, and so this notion of ROI was really sold to like companies. And we had examples of nudging in the public sector. What were some of the things that were weak in this case, the Two of Hearts? We had few role models for commercial organizations and a lack of skilled resources. What were some of these babies created during there that we want to, you know, that came around? There was the notion of the chief behavioral officer kind of came around. I think it has taken taken somewhat. It hasn't fully become universal, especially in the States, but I would say that it's still out there. And then I think the other thing that I wanted to mention was this notion of a behavioral audit, and that's the one I was going to focus on a little bit more. So the example of Allianz Global Investors, take you back in the Wayback Machine. So the business question was, how could Allianz become more relevant in the value chain? And I do a very quick tutorial of this industry. So we have Allianz Global Investors, retirement investments, right? They make these things that people can invest in. And then there's employees of companies. They sit way back in the chain here. There's plan record keepers like Voya and Prudential that provide the investments on the platform. Then there's advisors in the middle that kind of advise things to employers like Pfizer, pharmaceutical companies, and Publix in the grocery area, and they provide the service to employees. So the idea was to create a behavioral audit tool that plan advisors could use with employees to then basically change behavior. So they tried to work their way through this chain. So I did mention this because I think when we do these behavioral audits, sometimes we're only thinking about employees. And I think I see opportunities for companies to think more broadly about constituents that they work with, especially in the personalization phase. There's sometimes other companies that won't provide the data because they don't trust how you will use it. Well, a behavioral audit could be done on what is that process for getting them to opt into providing that data to allow personalization. So I think this notion of behavioral audits can be applied more broadly. So that was one point. The behavioral audit was something, so this is the brainchild of Shlomo Benartzi, but in essence, we tried to match outcomes and assess obstacles against them. This is not probably too foreign to folks, but I just wanted to put it up there so that we're all talking about the same thing. If we think about outcomes in this case, there were employee and employer outcomes, getting people to participate in savings, getting them to save enough, and then getting them to invest properly. And then we had these behavioral obstacles that we tiered out in terms of their power. So the inertia, getting people to either opt into the plan or make an active choice or decide that they're opt-out. People are familiar with choice architecture. That's one of the most powerful ones. So inertia was one of the behavioral obstacles. Loss aversion was another one, and myopia in the specific space is sort of how we formulated that. And we did an audit basically in 9 areas, kind of this. And so this is kind of a general framework. And I'm going to talk just about these 2, 1, and 7 here, basically. So here's just the tool, so it makes it very concrete. There was a tool, and remember, Allianz sits way back in the chain. These audits were administered by plan advisors who don't know about behavioral science. The employers didn't necessarily know about behavioral science. And then they're using with to motivate change with employees. So we had to basically create a tool that embodied behavioral finance that people who were not trained in it could use in some sense. So this tool had 23 questions asking about a retirement plan. Basically shows up how the plan stacks against measures, and then the advisor would work with the plan. So it kind of followed this 3 process. You did an audit, you had the toolbox, and you basically got a recommendation. So first question, as mentioned, I was going to cover the inertia column and basically people saving. And so there was a question about what is the initial deferral rate for folks. And we know that sometimes if there's an initial deferral rate, that can anchor people maybe anchor people too low in some case. So that was one question. Then the 7th question here was about how is the plan's fund menu presented. And in behavioral science, there's often this primacy effect where things that are first on the list are elevated a little bit in the choice. This plan particularly had they basically presented their fund in a way that, was the last fund that was in. They just decided to put it at the top, as opposed to putting the most appropriate fund for the target population there. So that was the type of audit questions. We also asked questions about the outcome scores, and basically we scored between how they were doing on outcomes and behavioral process to come up with an indicator of how they were doing on that measure. So that was basically it. And then we gave the advisor a way to kind of recommend changes in some sense, what you can do to improve your plan behaviorally and improve outcomes. And then we measured outcomes. So this was a case of where participation rate in the plan was 45% before and 87% after. savings rates went up, not tripled, but my math is a little tough, given it. I haven't had much sleep. And then the before after kind of on selecting funds properly in some sense, all right? Okay, so I think we need to spread the news that basically the behavioral audit is something that should be liberally used. It's not used enough, in my opinion. It's something, and we often talk about experiments in behavioral science, but I think we forget a little bit and we diminish other aspects of research and other things that are non-intrusive. So I think behavioral audit is a very friendly, non-intrusive way to get started. And we should use it in more places with other constituents. All right, so the next phase, specialization. What cards were companies dealt here? More skilled resources, master's programs, there was a lot more advisors coming around, and these boutique consultancies, more proof points in specific industry areas. What were some of the downsides that we see now? These are some that I still see. Overconfidence. We can just read some popular science books and do things, and we have this transference that nudges are quick, cheap fixes, and they don't take effort. So these are some things that I do run into still quite a bit, actually, that we have to get around that kind of, we can just read some popular science books. I think I talked with at least 3 companies in the past couple of weeks, and they said, all of our people have read one book on behavioral science, and we definitely, they basically said we integrate behavioral science, right? So that was, we didn't want to probe a lot more about that, but that's kind of what some people face. All right, so what are babies that were created during the specialization phase? Thinking Fast and Slow came out, gave us a bit more look at psychology in the 2011 timeframe. We had nudge design frameworks that came out, looking specifically as the nudge as the unit of observation, making them easy, attractive, social, and timely. Frameworks like the COM-B framework came about, capability, motivation, or capability, opportunity, motivation. Change one of these levers to change behavior. I think I mention that because now you're taking behavior as more centric than the nudge. There's so many more frameworks now that are out there that take a different lens, but I do think it is important to recognize that there are these different lenses, that they're not just a bunch of different points of view. I mean, in the strategy space and in competitive space, we had all these frameworks like the 5 forces model, look at pricing, the growth share matrix, we're looking at product strategy. Behavioral science space can also have that. I think they're different lenses of looking at things, and I think we just have to take that. And then we had the behavioral sciences team, Cass Sunstein and folks that kind of came into being, and that elevated this in the United States. Okay, we became more aware of the complexity of behavioral architecture. This is a framework that I generally teach. I don't know if it's a framework, but it's the way that I organize it. Choice architecture, changing the way that choices are presented. Information architecture, changing the way that information is presented. We talk about personalization, gamification a bit, and then thinking architecture I use as a special thing because we're engaging slow thinking. And that's like a very different process, end-of-life decisions. What are you going to do in retirement? This is a very type of system 2 thinking, deep type of thinking. And so this is one framework that I teach. And then I think, over time, we've sort of built up this knowledge about, what works and sort of what is the general effect size. So I showed the previous picture here, choice architecture, and looking at this kind of meta-analysis without staring at things very deeply. Generally these changes have larger effects than information architecture. But one hidden thing under there is this whole personalization aspect, right? Is that muted because there's heterogeneous things and your main effect's going to be smaller? So I think this is something that's we've started to investigate. So I think we had behavioral economics as popular science, nudges as quick fixes. I think we have to move away from that thing, and we have to think about behavioral frameworks and lenses and get folks educated about that. And then I think we have to have kind of this respect for behavioral expertise and broader research methods, not just experimentation. I think it's sometimes a little bit dangerous. The rise of data science has become so large. It's like, we only believe in the stuff we can quantify, and we don't believe in any of this qualitative research. And I see some of that getting diminished in some companies, that having a sociology, that type of approach is very beneficial. Okay, last phase, portfolio strategy. In the introduction, I talked about like acorns. We did temporal reframing there. There's a very different type of organization than this, let's say, Commonwealth Bank in Australia. People may know that case study as well. Large bank, they have a very large unit. Chief Behavioral Officer Will Mailer's there. And so let's talk about some of the things. Portfolio strategy, what cards have been dealt? Ace of Spades, hundreds of behavioral science teams in different sectors. And we have mobility of like some of the people in the field. I mean, some people have done multiple tours of duty in different organizations now. Some people have been like with 3 behavioral science teams or more. What are some obstacles? Behavioral economics is a popular science. I think this organizational complexity is a big one. And then I think there's this notion of project portfolio management. How do you start and how do you glide? I'm not going to cover everything. This is a complicated topic. Everyone's been talking a little bit, so I was going to mention just a few areas. This was another organization that I worked with, Voya Financial, and they basically established the vision first. We established a vision that said we were going to work at this intersection of using science, specifically experimentation, only in the digital space, not necessarily working call centers and everything like that, and then specifically starting on retirement outcomes was kind of the focus. And so we started that, and you can imagine the organizational structure. It can, I don't know how much I'm going to go into this, but it's an overlay kind of organization, right? It's going to be some sort of organization that has this vision, has to work with the outside, has to work with product development, has to work with marketing. It's a very common thing, and probably also one of the reasons why it's more challenging to get some of these behavioral officer type roles in place than perhaps should be. So portfolio strategy was dependent on target business outcomes in here. We had things where we focused on the web design experience and things like color and language, and that we've realized that could influence things, just as much as some of the more heavy lifting type of behavioral interventions. We also did things on choice outcomes, changing the default rates, trying to expand the knowledge of science. I think John Bashir's, they had done research before that can easily raise sort of the initial default rate from 3% to 6% without getting people to opt out, and we wanted to see, can it go higher? Can you go 7, 8, 9, 10, 11%? And we came up with the answer there that basically you can go higher. We start having an effect, maybe effect when you go about 11, not on this chart here, on the contribution rate, but in terms of the dropout rates, you might see a peak there. And then we started looking at this aspect of personalization. And so reducing outcome gaps between income groups. And the intervention that we used here in this case, it was based on the notion that numeracy is extremely bad in the US. I mean, like a third of the people, can't do math. Maybe 2/3 of the people can do like 2 operations, add and multiply in one kind of thing. It's not great. So we wanted to challenge kind of the very industry norm of I save 10%. So the notion was to do something that's more relatable, save how many pennies out of every dollar you earn. And so we did an intervention in that case and found out that those with lower incomes, less than 50,000, which is correlated with numeracy in that space, their savings rate became more aligned with what economists say they should be saving as opposed to what they were doing. So that's an example of kind of personalization. So one thing, project portfolio strategy, I think this is where I think companies can think in different ways, and behavioral scientists can think more. So I think there's this notion of having a testing platform, the notion of lab and field. I think some companies can benefit from having kind of this glide path. Sometimes we just went straight to the field, the science is super solid, and we're pretty comfortable, we have a plan, if anything goes wrong, we know what to do. Other things were more cutting edge, like reframing sort of savings rates as pennies, for example. So we'd have to start in a lab. We'd have to run 2, 3, 4, 5 labs. Now we're down, I don't know how many years we're down the road till we get into the field. But in some case, having that and having a testing platform, I think, is a useful strategy for companies to have. I think there's also a notion of having this product platform glide path. Some of the companies I go to, they talk about, oh yeah, we apply behavioral science all the time. It's only in marketing. And they haven't migrated over things to the consumer experience. Or they think behavioral science, we have to start kind of with the consumer experience, and that's like super risky. So maybe we can start easier and start with the marketing type of thing. Test things that we're maybe less certain out and kind of glide out that way. And then I think there's the other thing that product companies have do is having a product line platform, kind of doing a single project. I can't remember the platform like the Volkswagen is built on, but they built a number of cars on the same chassis. You have a platform, you prove it on one platform, you kind of expand it out. That's the idea, that I think if you test something, let's say enrollment in a particular, let's say emergency savings, maybe a lot of the things will carry over to retirement savings or some of these other consumer purchases. So I think that's another way. So I think 2024 behavioral science, we need to develop kind of like this well-rounded teenager. I had this posting here from CommBank that was just posted like last week. The high points that I had was that, the people that they want to hire for these positions are people that are going to collaborate, that can work with diverse teams, that have qualitative and quantitative research backgrounds, not just this data science, number crunching thing. And they're also looking for more insight on business management. I think being well-rounded in the space, I think is going to be super important for companies to for us as an industry to get to the next level. I mean, there's something that we probably all can do. So my takeaways here, building on Suzanne's takeaways of interventions from single use to personalization, liberally use behavioral audits, practice science versus popular science. You can start with popular science, I think it's for sure, but I think the trick we have is some people say, is it a real field, right? Is it popular science? We just read a bunch of popular science. We can do what you do. And then I think there is this notion that you have to tailor this journey. I think this is why having the specialists and the boutique consultancies and people in this room that have read the specialized teams, everyone's got to take an individual journey. There's limited off-the-rack solutions. Every now and then after the quarter or semester ends, I think about, okay, how can we scale this super large with something that I can buy off the shelf, like, a suit or something like that. So that's all I had, and I think we turn it over to Q&A.
Yeah.
Right?
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for coming and for keeping the energy. Okay, so I have a couple of questions here from the audience. I have this one that says, are those individual characteristics stable enough in time to make decision how to intervene? Aren't they very context-driven and temporary?
I can take that one since I think I was the one who talked about individual differences. So we do talk about individual differences as being either stable traits that people just have. Loss aversion, we're usually pretty comfortable, for example, as being a pretty stable trait. Intertemporal patience or myopia is often a pretty stable trait. And the way we test that, of course, is we'll test it once, and then we can come back and test it months later and compare those two measures and see how much they've changed. So a lot of the individual differences we look at are pretty stable, but of course there's things that also can change on the moment and are highly situational. So, I mentioned that I do a lot of work in psychological ownership. We're actually working on a paper right now trying to understand how much of psychological ownership is sort of a stable trait. There's just some people who walk around going, I feel ownership towards everything in my orbit all the things around me, all the things in my house. I feel really high ownership towards all that stuff, whereas someone else might be very anti-materialistic and not feel ownership towards much of anything. So we think there's some level of individual characteristic there, but really it's much more situationally driven, which is why we can do things like interventions that end up raising it or lowering it. So yeah, it's always worth checking whether the individual difference in question that you're using in an intervention or you're identifying as a behavioral obstacle is something that's coming up in that context only, or is something that we're pretty comfortable that individual is going to stay with it for a while. Even things like, let me just throw one other one out there, risk aversion. There's some beautiful research done by Elke Weber that looks at the domain specificity of risk aversion. And I think about that one a lot because in the financial services sector, there's sort of this expectation, at least in the US, that a lot of companies have to assess their clients' risk tolerance. How okay are you with taking risk? And it turns out that the difference between the risk from jumping out of an airplane or riding a motorcycle is very different from taking risk in the stock market. And yet, a lot of times people will ask those risk questions as sort of a generic, non-domain specific way of thinking about it. So yeah, it's a really important question to have to think about, is how stable is this difference that we're measuring?
Excellent, thank you, great. Well, I had the pleasure of getting to know Susan and Stephen and speak to them a couple of times. And I was always curious about something that I will ask you now. Sorry about that. But I'm married to a person who I was sharing a professional life with, and then we got married, and I know a lot of people around here who are, including Gonzalo. So I would like to know a little bit more about your story together. And also, how do you manage or not, or share or argue about the professional things that you are discovering and finding and so on? So can you share a little bit more, please?
You want to start?
Go ahead, you start. Not that I think the last look has an advantage here, so starting is not a good thing.
You tell me I'm wrong.
That's lesson one.
So we met as undergraduates at Cornell. And within the first few years of our relationship, wrote a master's thesis together, the Master's of Engineering that you mentioned earlier. And I think we learned what our teamwork was going to be like, our partnership in going through that process, and it turned out we worked really well together. So we've actually had careers that have been pretty parallel through most of our time together. With the exception of we both got to started our MBA at University of Chicago, and I walked into this class called Managerial Decision Making, taught by a guy in the back corner there, Richard Thaler, who will be up here in just a bit, and was captivated by this field of behavioral science. It was still relatively new back then, at least it was, a lot of the work was being done at that point in time. Nudge had not been written yet, but thought, wow, that's what I want to do with my life. So I sort of pivoted in that direction. Steve went into management consulting. But, we come home and we talk about the work we're doing. And those two things merge together, I think, at some point. And so, yeah, we do tend to work as a team. I don't know. So tell me what I got wrong there.
No, you got it all right. That's the second lesson. You got it all right. And the thing I would add is, for us, I think, when we got a little bit further apart in terms of, I was just like consulting. I was on the road Monday, making videos to my kids. This is your dad. I'm going to be flying out on Monday. I'll see you on Thursday or Friday morning, I guess, since you'll already be asleep. That was not really sustainable for us, being that far apart. And so I think we found some area where, we've always been kind of like a team, so I think that's one thing. But then we do some overlap, but we have kind of complementary space. I think that's the way to do it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. That's wonderful. I'm going to check if we have, I think we have one or two more questions here from the audience, and we have a couple of minutes left. So, what is the most surprising learning you've had in your career in behavioral science?
What's the most surprising thing? I'm not sure if I can come up with one immediately, but I think oh, I don't want to raise this topic, so I'm going to avoid that. I'm going to have to slide. I was going to go into politics for a second. I realized I'm not going to go there.
This is when you ask your wife to go first.
I'm in the U.S., and this is like an angry area for some folks. What's the most surprising finding? I guess I guess I view this as a journey. I guess I didn't know I was going to specialize. This was like my first specialization. I decided to specialize late. Usually, I was a generalist. I worked in so many different industries. I just hopped from one thing. I had to build a competency around an area, and that was I basically helped started new initiatives. That was the common theme that I had. And so when 2009 came around, and there was behavioral science, maybe we could start something in that area. And so I think one of the biggest findings, I didn't know that there would be this John Legend moment, start a fire with Richard Thaler and Nudge, and this whole thing would kind of glide this way. So I think that's probably the surprising finding, and also surprising that there have been like different segments of the space that have evolved in different ways, and I've learned to respect those different areas more than I expected I would. I don't know. That's not really finding, but that's my discovery.
Great, thank you.
I think, yeah, and research is always surprising. Things that I think are going to work don't work, and things that I think aren't going to work do work, and I mean, that's just the joy of doing research. But I think as a field, I'm not surprised that it took off the way it did, that we can have sessions like this with so many of you who are excited about this topic. I mean, that was the feeling I had as an MBA student walking into that managerial decision-making class and going, wow, people study this. This is awesome. This explains, I've been working as an engineer for a bunch of years, right? I would see people making all kinds of crazy decisions and go, why did they do that? And all of a sudden I had a framework for understanding that. I think maybe it's not a surprise as much as maybe a challenge and also an opportunity, figuring out how to take the things we know about human behavior and make the world a better place is a tough thing to do. And I have tremendous respect for what Steve does in industry, what all of you do in industry, right? Trying to get out there and take the things that we create as academics, which again tend to be very narrowly boxed in, a nice, clean, tight hypothesis about how this person is going to do in this very particular situation, and trying to apply that to real world problems which are messy and complicated. I'm intrigued by those really messy, complicated real world problems. They are hard to publish in academic research journals, but that's where we make the world a better place. And listening to, for example, the last panel, that kept coming up again and again. We're just trying to make things better. And so I'm surprised and delighted all the time that we're able to work in a field that really does that.
Great, thank you. I'm not sure if you have the information to answer this, but I'll ask it, what do you think about what BBVA is doing applying behavioral economics? Are you familiar with the bank, BBVA? I don't know.
I'm not as familiar as of recently, so I don't know if I can answer this, but from what I heard on the last panel, it sounded great. Do you want me to do a behavioral audit of that?
That'd be great.
I say liberally use it.
Let me see if we have one more here. Can you give more examples of how to identify biases related to specific individuals in order to design interventions in context?
We've both done a little bit of work on that. I mean, so at the end of the day, my default is really to sit down and measure it with a validated scale that we know is going to work. And for example, one that we've both worked on is a loss aversion measure. Our co-author, John Payne, developed it, and we've refined over time. You used it on some of the projects that you were working on where, just a simple set of 10 questions and we can figure out how loss averse someone is and try to customize messaging for them that way. There's some other ones. You guys were using digital measures.
So we're talking about identifying individual types of biases. Oh, I see, at an individual level. Yeah, we've used things like asking them 3 questions about choosing a tax refund of this much now or tax refund this much later, and teasing out sort of present bias and how how large that present bias is. There's been some of that. We've also done some things in terms of stretching people's sensitivity to like, if like risk is a hard thing, so if we do like a prospective hindsight thing, like, you know, imagine this, you know, you've wound up with, you know, 30% less money than you expected. What are the things you would immediately cut, and kind of tease out this kind of thing. Less of a validated scale, but more of using the principles to kind of score a person in terms of these behavioral, you know, biases.
And if I can add just one more thing on that, and this is where I think, I know you were sort of saying, like, we need the qualitative research, but on the quantitative side, back to the data analytics kind of perspective, this is where I think machine learning and big data does have opportunities, and we just haven't figured out how to quite do it yet. In the marketing literature, there's a faculty member named Joe Gladstone who did a project a bunch of years ago where he was able to use patterns of purchasing behavior and sort of use that to try to back out the kinds of biases that individuals had. And so you can imagine a world, and I don't think anybody's quite figured out how to do this yet, you could imagine a world where if you had enough data about the individuals you're working with and the decisions they've been making over time across a wide variety of domains, you might be able to identify patterns there that tell you something about their individual differences on the biases. I think, first of all, that requires a huge amount of data and very personal data, and not all organizations have that. And it requires some more sophisticated statistical and machine learning and AI type methods that we're only just starting to develop. I'm working with a faculty member at University of Pennsylvania right now, and we're actually going through online social media posts about financial decisions that people have made. So somebody put something up on Reddit about a difficult financial decision that they're facing in their home, and can we find patterns in that that allow us to sort of target or separate people into segments based on the things that they talk about in something like a social media post. Again, it's something that machine learning and large language models can allow us to do, but it's only starting to be tapped into. I think it's a big open space for people to work on.
That's great. Well, thank you again. I think we're ready for lunch, and then we can come back and listen and learn how a fire started some years ago, and listen from the man himself. All right, thank you, everyone. Let's go have lunch and be back here. Thank you.
Dejamos unos micros aquí, ¿vale? Solo vamos a presentar, ¿no?
Y tenemos dos. Nos los han dejado aquí. Nos los han dejado en el...
Están prendidos. Claro, claro. Perdona. Vale, vale. Nada, que al final no. Que el chaval...
Que Taylor y Gonzalo llevarán de diadema, ¿no?
Que no, Richard.
la señal y empezamos, ¿vale?
Hola, 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 hola. Por favor, les invitamos a que tomen asiento ya y que la sala se vaya relajando un poquito, por favor.
We are just waiting for the room to quiet down.
Así me gusta,
so that
muy
we may
obedientes.
begin. Thank you very much.
Bienvenidos
That's a
de
good
nuevo.
group. So
Esperamos que
welcome
hayáis
once
disfrutado
again.
de la
We hope
comida
that you've
y
enjoyed
que vengáis
lunch
bien
and
relajaditos porque ha llegado uno de los
relaxed
grandes
because
momentos
one
del
of the
evento.
milestones
Porque,
of
a
the
ver,
event
Aldo,
is about to
cuéntame,
come. Because
¿qué viene
Aldo,
ahora?
tell me what's about to begin.
Señoras y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen,
como dice María,
as Maria
ha llegado el
just said,
momento.
the moment has come.
A continuación,
We will
Gonzalo
now
Camilla, CEO de
have
BeWay,
Gonzalo
entrevista a
Camella
Richard Thaler, Premio Nobel de
interviewing
Economía y
Richard
coautor
Thaler,
del libro
our
Notch. Les pedimos
Nobel
un muy fuerte
Prize for
aplauso.
Economics, author of Notch. Big round of applause for him.
Look at me. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone that is here. I know time is something really valuable that we all have, and the fact that you're giving it to us and being here today, it is really, really nice. And of course, thanks to Richard for doing the same, coming away from so far. We are really, really excited to be here. It's an honor for me. The first real book that I read in behavioral science was Notch. So for me, it's a great moment today. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Glad to be here.
Good. So the first thing that I wanted to ask you is you are one of the main exponents for the field. How did you get to it? How did you get to the field, and what drove you to it from the beginning?
Well, when I was doing my PhD at the University of Rochester, well, there was no such thing as behavioral economics. And I was working on my thesis, which was on the value of a life. How much should governments be willing to pay to make something safer? And I was doing econometrics, how much do you have to pay people to get them to take risky jobs? But then I thought, oh, it might be fun to just ask people. So I asked people, how much would you have to be paid to take a 1 in 1,000 risk of dying? And then how much would you be willing to pay? You have this disease, how much would you be willing to pay to have a cure? And people would say things like they would pay $1,000 and they wouldn't take the risk for $1 million. And I thought, oh, well, that's odd. Economic theory says they have to be the same. And I went and showed this to my advisor. He said, go back to work. But then, you know, I started this list. If any of you have read Misbehaving, you know I had a list of funny things people do. And I was interested in that, but everybody told me I'm wasting my time. And then I discovered Kahneman and Tversky. Some people think they existed before that, but I discovered them and learned, they were in Israel at that time, but I learned that they were planning to spend a year in Stanford. And so I decided to spend a year in Stanford, and I say I stalked them. And that's how it all got started. The truth is I wasn't really very good at economics. And I mean, that sounds like false modesty, but no, that's just true. So I really needed to figure out something else. And this was the thing I could do.
And you found something that you were really good at.
Well, I was the best in the world at it.
And maybe you still are. And talking about that success, when did you figure out, like, you realize that you had that aha moment and say like, oh my God, this is becoming really big?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, the real aha moment for me was when Baruch Fischoff told me about Kahneman and Tversky, and I started reading their papers. And the aha was the idea of systematic bias, because economists knew that people were dumb. They thought that's not an economist is dumb. So the idea of bounded rationality was a concept they were familiar with, like their students or their spouse or their dean or basically anybody they know. But they thought the random errors wash out, and so it doesn't matter. So this idea of systematic bias, the whole heuristics and biases program, so pre-prospect theory, that was the aha moment.
So in that moment, you kind of felt like the field was going to be...
Well, I thought, oh, there was something to do. Mm-hmm. That's all. I didn't know whether I'd ever get a paper published. And it was slow going. I mean, my first paper must have been rejected 8 times. I mean, rejected by every leading economics journal. So it was not an easy start. The weirdest thing was I had a student at Cornell, where I moved, called Werner de Bont, a Belgian guy who wanted to do finance. And I said, I don't know anything about finance, but sure. So we started doing finance, and we wrote this paper based on his thesis called Does the Stock Market Overreact? It's a very simple paper. Take all the stocks on the New York Stock Exchange, rank them in terms of returns over the past 5 years, say, and then see how they do over the next 5 years. And the ones that did the worst go up, and the ones that did the best go down. And the efficient market hypothesis says they're the same. You can't predict the future from the past. Well, that paper caused a furor. And in fact, all the grad students, all the finance grad students at Chicago were given the assignment of finding de Bont's programming error, because that was the only possible explanation for these results. They knew it couldn't be right. So what was the mistake? There was no mistake. And so this is fun. So boom, we wrote another finance paper. And I had a much easier time getting papers published in finance than in economics. I never would have predicted that.
I actually love, one of my favorite videos in YouTube is your video with Fama. Going back and forward if markets are efficient, and I really recommend it if someone hasn't watched it. It's really beautiful. Do you have any other of those curiosities that he says, or the ones mentioned in that video that you want to share with us? Well, I've told you Fama's a golfer. Yes.
And so sometimes if we're playing golf, I'll harass him a little bit. And I asked him once what was more embarrassing to him, GameStop or Bitcoin? And he said, Bitcoin. I mean, GameStop, he thinks of these things as just annoying little examples, but Bitcoin offended his entire sensibilities because he says it shouldn't exist.
And does he have any explanation for it or nothing?
No, he doesn't. And he would be reluctant to admit it, but it baffles him.
And moving a little bit to a concept that we are hearing a lot in our field, which is the meta-analysis concept, and that Linnea mentioned it in her amazing presentation. what do you think about this meta-analysis? What do you think they bring to the field, and how do you think they are going to help us?
Well, if Linnea ever finishes that project,
she will.
You know, Linnea and I are pals, you know. We're off to London tomorrow to teach for a week. So I don't know how much she said about it yesterday, but if you dig in, what you find is it's a mess in there. And it's not clear what you can learn. So anyway, that's Linnea's story. My take on it is, you know, in these papers and some of the other papers that cite it, the conclusion is, well, the effect sizes are small. Now, we in the field say, yeah, but they're cheap, so return on investment is high, but effect sizes are small. And then there's a big discussion of publication bias. And the idea is that the bigger effects are more likely to be published. So what I like to bring up is something I call permission bias, which I think is much bigger. And that is the studies that get into the meta-analysis are by definition only the ones that somebody got permission to run, right? That's true by definition. If there isn't an RCT, it doesn't get into the meta-analysis. And what things do you get permission to run? They're the least intrusive to the organization. So we have hundreds of studies studying text messages or email messages or ways of phrasing something. And so let's call that messaging. And here, let me give you an example. Maya Shankar, who was the head of the White House Nudge Unit, at one point she was asked if she could increase the enrollment in the pension plan of civilian employees to the Defense Department. And she said, sure, yeah, I know how to do that. Automatic enrollment, automatic escalation, you know. And she was told, no, you can't do that. So what could she do? She could fiddle with an email you send to these people, and you get enrollment to go up from 3% to 5%, depending on how you word it. Which again, you know, that's not nothing, and it's free, but we know we could have gotten 90%. So, but you can't do that. And I think this is sort of a big problem for the field. And I don't know who to blame. I'm not blaming anyone. It's sort of a fact. Now, you know, when Cass and I wrote Nudge and coined the term choice architecture, we thought that is the core idea in that book, that and libertarian paternalism. And we thought of choice architecture as sort of an encompassing the whole, right? So all the things that are going on, you know, we talk about the cafeteria line at the beginning of the book, and you can think of it as a line, but of course there's lots of other stuff going on. There's, you know, aromas and appearances maybe other things that are going on. If it's a school, they're talking about nutrition or not. So choice architecture is meant to be the entire environment in which people choose. And if you can manipulate that, then we thought you can make big things happen. How big? I don't think we know, because people are rarely given permission to completely redo the choice architecture. So I think there are a big sample of messaging studies that have positive effects, but a very small sample of choice architecture overhauls and what would happen if you got to do it.
And then if you do it, it is hard. It's really hard to have a control group for that. Like,
absolutely. Save More Tomorrow, automatic escalation. To this day, there's not RCT, as far as I know. Benarzi and I spent a few years trying to find one firm that would try it. And then we got that one firm, and all we had was a before and after. And then we got another firm to run two slightly different versions, but not a pure RCT, because it was at two different plants, so not random assignment. And then people said, oh, this works. So now, that's it. You don't get to do the RCT. And yeah, if you do something comprehensive, then of course there's no experiment. Now, there can be a before and after. And in large organizations, there is the chance to experiment at the level of a plant or a division, or Linny was complaining that I was going to launch into sports. So just to disappoint her, I'll do that. A friend of mine in California was the head of a Major League Baseball team, and I was trying to convince him to experiment with ideas in the minor leagues. And in fact, the Major League Baseball has done that with rule changes. So they'll start down, see if this works, and then build it up. So I think in big enough organizations, there are chances. I mean, that wasn't exactly an experiment, but it's like a pilot.
Yes.
And like they added a pitch clock, which sped up the game, shockingly. If you say you have to throw a pitch within 20 seconds, that speeds it up. So I think organizations do much less of that than they could. And it could come from the bottom, but then they won't get permission.
yes. Do you think that the more evidence they see, or do you think there is lack of evidence from now that prevents from organizations to do it more in a holistic way? Or do you think we're going to see it more often as we keep on growing in evidence?
There's enormous status quo bias. And how often when you're in a company and you say, why do you do it this way? They say more or less because that's the way we always have done it. Why do you have dinner at 8:30 in Spain? Because that's the way we've always done it, yes. Right? So did somebody solve for the optimal time to have dinner, and somehow the equation, there was a mistake in Spain, and you know.
And Greece. Spain and Greece just.
Spain just, you know, it should have been 7:30, but an addition error or something. So now the whole country can't sleep because they eat dinner too late. So, right? So there are lots of things we do that we do for tradition, and no better reason. And if you want to say, well, we should do it some other way, then you have to convince somebody that, or you have to be in charge.
Completely. Going back a little bit to sports, sorry, sorry.
Good.
Because I know there's a few golfers here, and they would like you to know, do you have any ideas for the game of golf to make it more appealing, attractive, better?
Yeah, make the cup bigger.
How much bigger, though?
No, so here's...
It's not a joke, huh?
Well, do you know... do you know why the cup is that size?
I read the article, I don't remember.
Yeah. The answer is, in St. Andrews, they were tired of digging holes. They went to the local plumber, and they said, what's the biggest pipe you have? And it's 4 5/8 inches or something like that. That's the size of the hole. And again, did somebody optimize that, you know, and decide, well, if you made it this much bigger, it would be more or less fun? So, yeah, I would make the cup bigger.
The cup bigger. Any other that you have?
That's enough.
That's enough.
Okay. By the way, Fama agrees with me about
on that one. He's not a great patter then.
He says 2 club lengths, gimme.
Gimme. He goes for the gimmies.
Yeah, he goes for the gimmies.
Okay. Gimme some mulligans then for fun. And going back to the restaurants and knowing that you are quite the foodie, do you have an example on that that field or that industry on someone that has applied behavioral science in a big way?
Well, I don't know whether it's behavioral science. Actually, this is a friend of Linnea and me. There's a guy named Nick Kokonis who was made some money as a trader in Chicago back when we had the options and commodity markets. And then he was a foodie, and there was a young chef that he discovered, and Grant Atchis, and he said, Grant, I'd like to build you a restaurant. So he opened a restaurant called Alinea, and it turned out to be a great restaurant, 3-star, top 50 in the world kind of place. But like a lot of these restaurants, it was very hard to get in. And he realized one day he was paying 5 people to answer the phone and say, no, you can't have a reservation. And maybe there's some better way. So he got somebody to build an online reservation system. No big deal with that. But then he had the disruptive idea of, if you want to book, you pay. So this is an expensive restaurant. Let's say the meal is $250. You want to book a table for 4, that'll cost you $1,000. Just like a plane ticket or a theater ticket or a Real Madrid ticket. So now that's common for all those domains, but not for restaurants. So as soon as he did that, no-shows fell to 2% from 15%. If we had a big snowstorm, people from the suburbs would skip it. So, you know, this goes right to the bottom line. Then tables for 2 or 4, not 3. Why? Well, a table for 3, he could have had a third more. So now, all right, so now he's full and guaranteed. Then he opens up another restaurant. I won't go into the details of that restaurant. It's called Next. But they have different themes. And one of the themes was going to be Chicago Steakhouse deconstructed. But he needs some steak. So he goes around looking for the best steak, and he finds some rancher in Sonoma that has the best beef. And he says, okay, how much would you charge me for whatever he's going to need for 4 months of this menu? And the guy quotes him some price, $50 a pound, some outrageous price. And Nick says, okay, but suppose I guarantee you 4 months and I'll pay you in advance, 40% off. So now notice what he's doing. He's borrowing money from his customers, loaning it to his supplier, and reducing the cost of his most expensive ingredient by 40%. So if you have a business, you want this guy Nick to run it. So the ticketing service, he then sold that to other restaurants and then sold that company. It was called TOC for a lot of money. So, you know, I don't know whether there's much behavioral science there, but there's a lot of common sense. And what Nick was good at is just asking, why do we do it that way? Why are we paying somebody to say you can't have a table? Why do we allow no-shows? Why do we allow tables for 3 or 5 when we could be sitting another person at that table? And I can tell you that restaurant was very profitable, and most restaurants like that are not. It looks, if you look at the price, you say, oh my God, of course they're making a lot of money, but they're not, because there's a lot of food wastage, and again, if somebody doesn't show up, you've just lost all that money. So,
and those are the type of efforts or actions that escape meta-analysis, for example.
Yeah, for sure. He's not in anybody's study. I mean, another example of breaking things is Netflix. The guy who started Netflix, Reed Hastings, some of you are not going to be old enough to remember the video stores. So when VHS came along, all of a sudden there were little stores that popped up where you could go and rent a video. And then that got driven out of business by one Blockbuster, was a national chain of video stores. And the guys who came up with the idea for Netflix tried to sell it to Blockbuster, and Blockbuster said, nah, we don't think it's a good idea. So what happened was, this was when the CD was first coming in, and they got the idea, all right, we'll let you order online and we'll mail it to you. And the CD was easier to mail than a big VHS tape. And now the interesting mental accounting aspect of this is video stores would charge, say, $5 for a 2-night rental. And then if you didn't return it on time, there was a late fee. People hate the late fee. They really hated the late fee. And Netflix, the pricing model was $10 a month. You get 3 movies When you return one, we send you another one, no late fees. But you keep paying the $10 a month. So that basically drove Blockbuster out of business. Now streaming comes along. A lot of companies, there would be some new company that will drive Netflix out. No, somehow they transitioned from the mailing the envelopes to online very smoothly. For a while, coexisted. Eventually, they ended the mail order. Another completely different business, disruption. Then they decide to go into content creation. Completely different business. And at most companies, especially when they got to that part, they would say, look, no, we're in the business of delivering envelopes. We're not in the business of making shows. Now, that's often a good thing. Like, even my friend Nick, if he's running a restaurant, he probably doesn't want to go into the clothing business. Although, knowing Nick, he could figure out a way to make money at that. But, and so I'm not saying that everybody should jump into new lines of businesses, but sometimes they should. And when the world is changing, sometimes you gotta change. And so I think status quo bias is the biggest problem in most organizations, and sludge. So, you know, the sludge is an idea we introduced in the second and final edition. No matter what Cass may have said yesterday, there's not going to be another edition of that book.
Why?
That's why I called it the final edition. It's a commitment strategy, because Cass would have wanted to write a new one every year. So we introduced this idea, sludge, which is, you know, our motto for Nudge is make it easy. And sludge is what makes it hard. And in a lot of companies, there's all kinds of sludge. In order to do something, just, you know, to buy something, the amount of steps you have to take. At the University of Chicago, they've installed some new accounting system that makes it 3 times harder to book an airline ticket. I have no idea what the gains are, but I can see the downsides of it. And so I lost my train of thought. Where were
sludge?
Sludge, right? So the sludge just prevents companies from moving forward. And in order to get something approved, you need 5 levels of approvals. And so, you know, I think if we bring this back to the kinds of things you guys are interested in, how can you do large-scale organizational choice architecture? For sure, you need CEO buy-in. If you don't have that, you're doomed. And it better be a CEO who's going to be around for a while, right? Not a CEO in his or her last 2 years. You need somebody who's starting out and is willing to rock the boat. And because you need permission. And you need everybody in the organization asking, why do we do it this way? And not settling for, that's the way we've always done it.
Are you hopeful for that change to happen?
Not optimistic, but I think there are opportunities. And, you know, if if a few companies are willing to undertake an ambitious organizational change, then, and it works, then people will copy it. Because that'll be the new way that you do things.
Apart from the fact of having the buy-in of CEOs, what other recommendations do you have for organizations on how behavioral science can help them and to be used, how it should be used?
Well, I think the biggest opportunity for most large companies and for behavioral science and generally is to reform HR. Human resource department is the weak link in virtually every large company. And I've said that a bunch of times. At large companies, no one's ever disputed it.
It's really complex to get into HR.
What's that?
It's tremendously complex to get behavioral science within HR.
Yeah, well, but you know, companies, I'll tell you a story, and you'll be happy to know there's sports involved.
Fantastic.
So
finally,
I'm friends with a guy who's the general manager of a basketball team, and I brought him to speak to the top 300 people at a large financial services company. And we did an interview like this, only I was interviewing him. So I start by saying, what's the size of your roster? How many players do you have? He says, 15. I said, okay. How many quants do you have working for you in helping you pick this roster? 15. I said, okay, so 1 quant per employee. That's the ratio. Then I turned to these people. I said, how many employees do you have? 2,000. How many quants do you have in HR? 0. Now, this is a company full of quants. They're portfolio managers, right? They have PhDs in math and statistics and economics and finance. It's not like this is a company that doesn't understand quantitative methods. They just don't think you use that over in HR. And HR is one of the places that produces sludge. In order to hire somebody, you have to do all these things, and you know, how do we decide who to hire? Talk about a place to experiment. You know, that's just a bad word in HR. I mean, it's the same with student selection. I've tried for 3 or 4 decades to get whatever university I was at to, let's say we're taking a class of 600 entering MBA students. Let's experiment with 50 of them. You know, it can't be that the difference between the 600th and the 700th is really all that different. And, you know, suppose we say, all right, we're going to have 50 wild cards, and we're going to value other things other than the GMAT and whatever. What terrible thing could happen? I don't know what terrible thing could happen, but I don't know of any place that's tried it. Wharton has actually a pretty smart admissions office, partly because of my buddy Kate Massey, who I wrote a paper with about, football, yeah, that's right. So I think, you know, there's no, you know, companies like that company don't send their brightest young managers into HR. because it's a one-way trip. And there's almost never anybody coming out of HR going to be CEO. And why is that? I mean, the company is nothing more than its employees, just like the basketball team is nothing more than the 15 players. So why wouldn't, if we are doing a scientific approach to buying stocks and bonds, why wouldn't we have a scientific approach to hiring people? So, and you can see there's all kinds of behavioral science that would be quite substantive. And should we be hiring all people that are that look alike? Should all the portfolio managers have MBAs from top schools or math degrees, or maybe there's other stuff that we should be doing? Let's try a few, So.
And with the efforts that you've done, like for example this talk that you did in front of that company, have you been able to get anything on that field? Do you have any examples that you can share?
They say that because of me, they run their meetings differently. They let the young people talk first, I haven't seen any big changes in HR because I think if you're the CEO, you have to choose your battles. And so that's probably not a battle the CEO is willing to fight.
Makes sense. Do you have any advice for companies that are in this space on how to do it?
Well, interviews are almost certainly useless or nearly useless.
Wow.
And I mean, it's argued that a structured interview has some predictive value. So there are good and bad ways to do interviews. The best way is they're basically tests. So I'm involved with a small money management firm that uses behavioral to invest in stocks. What we do when we're interviewing, like for, say, a portfolio manager, we'll send the candidate an academic paper to read and say, we want you to read this, and we may ask you about it. And it's not that we're expecting them to write papers, but we'd like them to be able to read them and think about them. And we say, do you see anything in that paper that you might be able to use? And then before we hire anybody, now we only hire people that have done a 6-week internship in the summer. So we make it a...
You've seen an improvement in retention and in quality of work?
Well, we've hired some very good people. We're a very small firm. We only have 25 people, so it's a small N, but the people we've hired this way have been very good. Very good to outstanding. So I don't know. And
it's working.
It's working, yeah. But there's no RCT, so it won't get into linear study.
No, it won't. I feel a little bit obliged to ask this question because it's really everywhere. We're talking about a world in which AI is going to shape a lot of things right now. What do you think the role of a behavioral scientist is going to be in that world, if you have an idea?
My answer is I have no idea. And I think, I was talking to a couple people about this earlier, I think it's too soon to tell. The analogy I use is when the iPhone came out. Cass and I both got our first smartphones the year we started working on Nudge, 2007. He got a BlackBerry. God, that was an ugly thing. But anyway, if you were around at that time, try to imagine how the world is going to change because people have a computer in their pocket. You'd have no idea. Would it occur to you that there'll be a map in your pocket? Will it occur to you that because of that, you could create a company like Uber? Right? Uber doesn't exist without the smartphone and the GPS. Otherwise, they can't find you. So, you know, I remember when there was a famous ad where Steve Jobs introduced it, and he's swiping, and people go, ah, you know, it was so cool, oh. But nobody knew what the thing was good for. And so, you know, I think that's kind of where we are with AI right now. It does a lot of good tricks, but it makes a lot of very dumb mistakes. I have 3 kids, and we have a Wordle text group. And if you don't know Wordle, you have to guess a 5-letter word. And there's lots of trash talking in this group. And one of my daughters is into making cocktails. And my son was teasing her that her opening word was probably boozy. But then he asked ChatGPT to give him a list of 10 5-letter words that had alcohol as part of the theme. Okay? Out of the 10 words, only 8 had 5 letters. One was mead, 4 letters. One was scotch, 6 letters. Now, you would think AI, the future of the world, can count the letters, right? That's pretty basic. So, you know, these people that think that AI is going to take over the world, and yeah, maybe, but when it can count up to 5, then I'll be more impressed. And, you know, maybe it will change the world, but I think it's too early for us to be playing a game of how it's going to change things, because I don't think we know. I mean, it seems obvious to me that call centers are going to be toast, because there'll be a chat that will be better, but not now, because, you know, if it's telling you how to fix this problem and it makes your phone blow up, you know, that's not going to be good. So I don't know. I think we need some humility.
I agree. And one easier one. For those organizations that are a little bit on the fence on using behavioral science, would you have any recommendation for those CEOs? What would you tell them on how to start? And
I would. So I can tell you my approach when we started the Nudge unit in the UK. Now, first of all, think about this. Cass and I were 2 professors. We write a book that nobody wants to publish. And 2 years later, the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, David Cameron, decides to start a group of behavioral scientists doing policy. They had put this in their manifesto, which I didn't know what a manifesto was. It's like what in America we call a platform, only they mean it. Whereas platforms are just, I don't know, wishes. So they call me up and say, hey, we're going to do this. You better come and tell us how to do it. I said, well, I don't know. We just wrote a book. We don't know how to do it. So, but I went and spent some time, and we would go talk to some minister. And here's what we wouldn't do. We wouldn't say, here's our list of 10 tricks. Which one could we use? There's defaults, there's social norms, there's loss of, right? I never once did that. I would say, what's your biggest problem? Let's think about that. And now, is there some way that we might be able to help? So one of the early wins that basically got this whole group going was we went to see a guy whose job it was to collect money from people who owed money on their taxes. And okay, it was, hundreds of millions of pounds. And we said, well, what do you do? We send them a letter. Okay, can we read the letter? Yeah, here's the letter. Oh, okay. Well, we might be able to improve this letter. Okay, so we start with the problem, and now, now we can do the thing we're all familiar with. We write 5 different versions of the letters using our favorite tricks, and one of the letters works better, and they get lots of money. Okay, so, but you start with the problem, you don't start with the solution. And I think there are lots of problems. My friend Nick with the restaurant, what's his problem? Is he's paying people to say, no, you can't have a reservation, and he has a lot of no-shows. That's his problem, and that's the problem he decided to solve. And there are problems all over the place that things take longer. There are 5 levels of approval are needed, right? Let's start with some of that and not with the solutions.
Makes sense. If you want, I want to let Sylvia to ask us a few questions.
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Okay, so for now, Sylvia, please, if you can.
Well, thank you. It was a big discussion if we would go for the Q&A for the public, but thank you so much for allowing it and to give space Gonzalo and don't take all the time.
I'm tired of hearing his questions.
I know, right?
I knew it.
Okay, there are quite some questions actually, but we have some time, yep. I will start with this question. Do you think private sector should use behavioral intervention even if its impact cannot be rigorously measured?
Well, let me take I'm going to do what my students do when we ask a question that they don't know what the answer is, which is answer something else. But if you remind me, I'll come back to that question. But a question we didn't discuss is something about the ethics. And it's clear, when I sign a book, I sign it Nudge for Good. I've signed thousands of books, Nudge for Good. And it's because every trick we know can be used for good or evil. If I read a book about swindling and selling, all the scams, and all the scams are basically making use of behavioral science. I mean, the person running the scam wouldn't have called it that, but they had figured that out. Mr. Ponzi had figured it out. So I think you have to decide what kind of company you want to run. And you know, I'm very happy. One of the last things that the Biden administration will have done is pass a rule that they're calling one-click unsubscribe. So you have to be able to unsubscribe the way you subscribe. If you subscribe with one click, they can't make you call and stay on hold for an hour. Now, I have lots of friends at the New York Times that has a very sludgy unsubscribe process. I've tried to convince them that this is not a good way to run a business, including the CEO, and I got nowhere, so there's going to be a rule. If it's my business, you know, our little money management business, we wouldn't do stuff like that. We make plenty of money. We don't need to trick our customers into something that, if they realized, they wouldn't approve of. So I think let's draw a line that if we're doing something to our employees or to our customers, it should be something that they'll benefit from. And that's a hard and fast rule. Linnea and I will be telling our students, our MBA students, that next week in our class. So as to whether you should run an experiment if you don't know what's going to happen, of course. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. I think, you know, would I run an experiment, save less tomorrow? You know, quit the plan today? No. So I wouldn't do something that I thought was going to hurt people, but the whole point of experiments is you don't know. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. And thank you for mentioning this, because I think it was part of this 2 days conversation about what type of organizations we want for us in the future. And with the idea of behaviorally driven organizations is what we want to push ethically using behavioral science into our organizations. And continuing a bit in the ethical part, there was a question about this large audit that you mentioned, and also Kastansin mentioned yesterday. And it was about what do you think about it, and how do you think we can reduce this friction for our customers using behavioral science more ethically? So in this sense, what is your advice on nudging for good? What shall we do? What organization can do for, you know, actually apply behavioral science ethically?
You know, I think in the UX world, the user experience world, one of the biggest problems is that the coders and the programmers have what we call cursive knowledge. So they know how to do it. They think you're an idiot if you don't. And they clearly don't do enough testing with neophytes using old equipment. And that's kind of inexcusable. Thank God for YouTube videos, right? Because companies have, it used to be that the instruction manual was written in some language and then translated into something resembling your language and then unintelligible. They just stopped that, and there's a YouTube video. And those are pretty good, but I think trying it out on neophytes is going to help a lot.
Thank you so much. And for concluding, there is this one that it's pretty interesting. Imagine if you could go back in time, what advice would you give to your young self?
Oof. You know, I don't know. I'm not somebody that ever had a plan. And I had a plan to go stalk Kahneman and Tversky. But I didn't have a backup plan if they said, we don't want to talk to you. And then after I did that and I thought, oh, this is interesting, what next? I don't know. Think of something. So, why did we write Nudge? Because I wrote a 8-page paper on libertarian paternalism that I published in the American Economic Review. Cass wrote a 100-page paper in a law review with 73 footnotes. I think I'm underestimating, probably 300 footnotes. And I printed this thing out, and it looked like a book. And I said, oh, we've got a book. And Cass, he writes books like in his sleep. So I mistakenly thought that we had a book. There was 2 years. I'm slower than him. So there was 2 very hard years of writing. But it's not like we planned to write a bestseller. We planned to write a book, and we hoped somebody would read it. We had 2 people in mind when we were writing this book. When I write an academic article, I usually think of somebody, like a finance article, it would be Gene Fama.
Of course.
Right? I want my
go-to guy,
my frenemy, because I want to preempt his first 3 objections. So when we were writing this book, we had 2 people in mind, one liberal, one conservative, that we thought it would be good if they read it. One was his colleague, Barack Obama, who later did something. And the other was David Brooks, who was then considered a conservative columnist for the New York Times. Conservative has moved. But, then they both read it. But that was our ambition, was to have the 2 people read it, and then a couple million more read it. But it wasn't a plan.
Makes sense. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Thaler.
Wow. Increíble el momento que acabamos
Incredible,
de vivir.
this moment we just witnessed. I think we're without words. Thank you so much, Richard Thaler and Gonzalo Camiña, for this little space. It's been an honor and a pleasure to go through this experience. Absolutely, Aleja, I completely agree with you, but please don't leave, because there is still something very special. We have to have our final thoughts, and I've already listened to it. I'm a VIP, and I can tell you that it's worth it. It's Ángel Longueira's final thoughts. Thank you very much.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes. ¿Se me escucha bien?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me well? So I completely agree with your applause. I am really glad that we start on that note, agreeing with one another. We have just had the privilege of listening to one of the most brilliant minds of our times, and now you will be listening to someone who mistakes push with pull when having to go through a door. Maybe this will cause vertigo because of the clash in intellectual several levels. But don't worry, we are amongst friends, and you can shake and scream as needed. For those of you who don't need me, I am Ángel Longueira Morelos, and I am the person responsible for communication here at BeWay. Although the work is done by her, and she does it great, all of the communications that you have received have been created by her. And for now, I'm sorry, my microphone is falling off. And for now,
no he ganado ningún premio Nobel.
I have not been granted a Nobel Prize. It's true that statistically, I will be getting the literature Nobel Prize before Murakami, but that has not happened yet. And if it does happen, you'll be the first to find out. Today, I'm here in front of you all, in front of everyone, to talk about a very important topic that I know nothing about, the future. Every time that I try to foresee the future, I'm sorry, but the microphone is falling off. Every time that I try to anticipate what might happen tomorrow,
Vale, perfecto. Como os decía, no tengo ningún premio Nobel.
So as I was saying, I have not been granted a Nobel Prize, but I have a big head, and two of them might fit in there. So every time I want to anticipate what might happen in the future, I remember a famous quote by Ortega y Gasset who said, "We don't know what happens to us, and that is precisely what is happening to us." I have the feeling that, like good wine, this quote has aged quite well. We don't know what's happening to us, and we don't know what is going to happen to us. Faced with this situation, obviously we all wonder how can we face this horizon of uncertainty that's right in front of our noses. So I think I'm very well qualified to answer to this question because I am a philosopher. That's my training, and uncertainty is quite philosophical. Uncertainty has to do with that which we don't know, and philosophers love to talk precisely about that which we don't know. In that sense, we are very similar to traditional consultants, but we are significantly cheaper. The first thing that I would like to highlight is that although we have an uncertainty horizon in front of us, what I just mentioned, there is something that we can be very sure of. It doesn't matter what tomorrow may bring. Behavioral sciences will be key for
encauzar el progreso económico de las empresas, como hemos visto a lo largo de estas dos
channel
jornadas,
economic progress in companies, as we've seen during these 2 days, guaranteeing efficacy of public institutions, as we've also seen yesterday mainly, and to promote well-being for the whole of society. I am radically convinced of the fact that hand-in-hand with technological advance, we will see a renaissance of human and social sciences, and more in particular behavioral sciences, which are those human and social sciences that have been applied to decision-making processes. Let's think about what is currently happening with artificial intelligence, which we have talked about over and over during these 2 last days. Thanks to this technology, we are deepening even more in the knowledge we have of the world surrounding us. Nonetheless, AI is also causing great uncertainty. We all understand that the future obviously will come filled with opportunities, but our capacity to understand them is usually limited, and it's normal for that to happen because human beings are not good at future things, and that is what all of the different landscapes that were painted by science fiction that all fail to portray the truth. You know that in the cinema and literature, they thought that we would have flying cars in the 21st century, we would have robots assisting us, and we would live in Mars or in Extremadura, a region of Spain, but none of that has actually happened. Funnily enough, the most important technology in the last 50 years feels a discrete place in literature and cinema in the 20th century, which is actually the internet. Internet has completely shaped the way in which we socialize, we work, and we do politics. It has actually changed the way we are enraged in front of the screens thanks to the collaboration of social networks. But not many writers, and we should highlight 3 of them. We should highlight
William Gibson,
William Gibson, Arthur Leclerc,
fueron
or
capaces de prever las
Philip K. Dick, who
consecuencias
could foresee the
humanas de esta
human
valiosa herramienta,
consequences
el
of this
Internet.
valuable tool,
Sospecho que
the
con la
internet.
inteligencia artificial y con otras tecnologías
My suspicion
emergentes
is
como la
that with
computación
AI as well
cuántica
as
o la
other
robótica
emerging
avanzada,
technologies
sucederá algo
such as
muy
quantum mechanics
parecido.
or advanced robotics
Estoy
will
seguro de
have
que
a
muchas de
similar
nuestras
situation.
actuales
I'm sure that
predicciones no
many
se
of
van a
our
cumplir,
predictions
pero a
will
cambio
not
estoy convencido de que las nuevas
become a reality,
tecnologías
but I
nos van
do
a
think that new
sorprender
technologies are
con
going to
invenciones que
surprise
todavía
us
no hemos
with
sido
inventions
capaces
that
ni
we
siquiera
haven't
de
even been
imaginar.
capable of imagining.
En este contexto
In
me
this
parece
context, I
un poco
think that
arrogante de
it
más
is
por
a bit
nuestra parte
arrogant on
pensar
our
que estamos en
side
condiciones
to
de
think
anticipar los
that
cambios
we
sociales,
may
económicos
anticipate
y
social,
políticos
economical, and
que se
political
avecinan.
changes that are
El horizonte,
looming.
como decía,
Horizon,
es
as
un
I
horizonte de
said, is a
incertidumbre. No
horizon
obstante,
filled with
hay al
uncertainty.
menos 2 cosas
Nonetheless,
de
there are
las
at
que
least
sí
2
podemos
things
estar
that we
seguros.
can
Podemos
be
tener un
certain of,
notable
we can
convencimiento.
have, or we can,
En
yes,
primer
we can be
lugar,
convinced of.
el
So
éxito de
first
las
of all,
nuevas
the success
tecnologías,
of
como
new
ya se ha defendido en
technologies, as
estas
it
2
has
jornadas,
already been said during
dependerá
these 2
estrechamente
days,
de que
will
satisfagan las
depend
necesidades
on
de los
whether
seres
they
humanos
cover
y
the
no nos
needs of human
violenten,
beings and
no nos
mustn't
violenten psicológica, social y
be
antropológicamente.
an anthropological,
En segundo
social,
lugar,
or
es razonable creer que las viejas recetas no sean
psychological
suficientes para
threat.
resolver
And
los
they
nuevos
have
desafíos.
to, the
Por lo que
old recipes
necesitaremos
are
que
not
todas
going
las
to be
organizaciones,
enough to
tanto,
solve new
tanto
challenges. So
públicas
these
como
public and
privadas,
private
desarrollen una
organizations
cultura
need to
experimental que
develop
sea tan
an
rigurosa
experimental
como
culture that is
flexible,
as
o en
rigorous
otras
as
palabras,
flexible, or in other words,
necesitaremos que se
we will
conviertan en
need
behavioral driven organizations,
we will
como
need
ya
them
hemos
to
repetido en
begin
numerosas ocasiones,
BDOs,
de
as
nuevo,
we
a lo largo
have
de estas
said
2
during
jornadas.
these 2 days.
Para comprender
In
correctamente el
order
primer punto que acabo de
better
desglosar,
understand the first point
debemos
that I
entender que lo que
wanted
caracteriza,
to introduce to you,
debemos
we need
entender,
to
perdón, lo que
understand
caracteriza a
what
una
characterizes
tecnología
a
disruptiva.
disruptive technology.
Una tecnología no
A
es
disruptive
disruptiva únicamente
technology
por
is
sus
not
cualidades
disruptive
técnicas,
just because of
sino
its
sobre
technical
todo
qualities,
por su
but rather
impacto
for
psicológico,
their
social,
social, psychological,
antropológico.
and anthropological
Retomemos
impact.
un
Let's
caso que
go
acaba de
back
ser,
to a case
mencionado.
that has just been mentioned.
El iPhone.
iPhone.
El iPhone fue una tecnología
iPhone was a
claramente
technology that
disruptiva.
was clearly disruptive.
Antes de su nacimiento,
Before
en
it
el
was
año
born
2007,
in
ya había
2007,
un montón de
there
hombres
were
con mentalidad
already
de tiburón y
many
escasa responsabilidad
men
afectiva
with a
que
shark
respondían a sus correos
mindset
electrónicos a través de
who
sus
would
Blackberries.
answer their
Sin
emails
embargo,
using their
fue la aparición
Blackberries.
del iPhone la
But
que
it was
popularizó
with
el acceso a
the
Internet
iPhone
desde
that
los
we
teléfonos
started
móviles.
using the internet with our
El Internet móvil
cell
nos
phones.
convirtió a todos nosotros
Mobile
en
internet
seres
turned
humanos
us all
híbridos
into
que
hybrid
habitan al mismo
humans
tiempo
who
el mundo
inhabit
físico y
both
el
the
digital.
physical and digital world.
Como argumenta el filósofo francés
As
Eric
the
Salim, el
French
iPhone nos acercó
philosopher
un
Eric
paso más a
Sadin
los
says,
cyborgs que
iPhone
quizás seamos
takes us
algún día.
closer to the cyborgs we
Eso
might
explica que la mayor
become
parte
in
de
a few
nosotros
days. So
prefiramos
most of
sufrir
us
un
would
ictus
rather
antes que
suffer
desprendernos de nuestro teléfono inteligente. Las nuevas tecnologías que ahora estamos conociendo tendrán también un impacto psicológico,
we would
social y
rather suffer
antropológico.
some
Eso que no
brain
le quepa
disease
la más mínima duda
than
absolutamente
stop using
nadie.
our iPhones.
Que sus
So
efectos sean
the
positivos
effects
o
are
negativos
either
dependerá
they can be
exclusivamente
positive
de
or
nosotros.
negative, and it just depends on us. So we'd rather have a
La
stroke
inteligencia artificial,
than not
para
use our iPhone.
no
So
salirnos del fetiche
AI,
de moda.
because we
Promete
mustn't
ser una
forget
herramienta magnífica, como de nuevo
the
se comentó en el día de
commonplace. So
ayer, para
it
estrechar los
was going
vínculos
to
entre las
be a great
empresas
tool
y los
to
consumidores.
close the gap between companies and consumers. Technology will allow us to segment audiences in a precise way and better identify their psychological profiles with their own motivations, attitudes, and behaviors.
No obstante,
nonetheless,
la inteligencia artificial supone también un
AI
riesgo
is
para
also a
nosotros.
risk
Hay
for all
diferentes
of us.
razones que podríamos
There are
mencionar
different
aquí. Yo
reasons
me voy
that
a
we could
centrar
mention
únicamente
here, but
en
I'm
dos que
only
son
going to
bastante
focus
populares y bastante reconocidas por
on
todos
two
nosotros.
things that are popular
La
and
primera
known by all
razón
of
quizás
us.
sea
The
la más
first
obvia,
one
y
is
es
the
que la
most
inteligencia
obvious
artificial se
reason, which
nutre
is the
de
fact that
contenidos que los seres
AI
humanos hemos
is
elaborado.
fed with
Esto se indicó
content
en
that we
la
human
segunda
beings
mesa
have
de
created.
ayer.
That was said
Estoy
during the
completamente de
second
acuerdo con que
roundtable
esto supone un
yesterday, and
riesgo.
I completely agree
Porque significa
with the
que
fact
si no
that
somos
that
lo
is a risk,
suficientemente
because if we're
cautelosos,
not cautious enough,
esta inteligencia artificial
this
podría heredar
AI
nuestros
might
sesgos y cometer los
add
mismos
our
errores de
bias
juicio,
and commit the
además de, por
same
supuesto,
errors of
incurrir en sus
judgment
propias
and could
alucinaciones
also
que todos
create
nosotros ya conocemos,
hallucinations, those
sobre todo si somos
hallucinations we all
usuarios de
know of,
ChatGPT.
especially when you use ChatGPT.
Lejos de ayudar, una
And far from
inteligencia
helping
artificial mal
AI,
entrenada
if it has not been well
provocaría el
trained,
fracaso acelerado
it
de las
would
empresas que tuvieran la mala fortuna de
entail the
confiar en ella.
faster failure
Sería
of
una
those companies
especie
that
de
would trust it. It would
superincompetente,
be
locuaz y carismático,
a very
por lo que en
incompetent
realidad
figure
solo
that is
serviría como
charismatic
candidato
enough
presidencial en unas futuras elecciones generales.
to make him make
El
mistakes.
segundo riesgo que
So
entraña
the
la inteligencia
second
artificial
risk
para
of
las
AI
empresas
for companies
está relacionado con los
is
patrones
linked to
oscuros y me
the
consta
dark
que preocupa
patterns,
a
and I
amplias
know
capas de la
that
población.
layers of society
La
are worried
tecnología
with
que
that
adoptan
right
las
now. The
empresas puede
technology
favorecer
that
que
is
sus
adopted by
clientes y
companies could
usuarios
favor
desarrollen
for their users
comportamientos
and clients
nocivos.
to
Sabemos, por
develop
ejemplo, que las redes sociales
damaging behaviors. We
diseñado
know that social
patrones que
networks
generan
have designed
adicción
patterns that
y
create
dañan
addiction
seriamente la salud
and that
psicológica de
damage
sus usuarios,
the
en particular de sus
psychological health of
usuarios
its
más
users,
jóvenes,
especially
y en
the younger
particular de las
ones and
mujeres.
especially women.
Las empresas también podrían
Companies
emplear la
could also
inteligencia
use
artificial
AI
para sacar provecho de las
in order to
vulnerabilidades
take
psicológicas de
advantage
sus
of
clientes y
psychological
usuarios y
vulnerabilities
alcanzar
of
así sus
people
objetivos de
and
negocio en
clients
el
in
corto
order
plazo.
to achieve their
No somos
commercial
ingenuos,
objectives in the
sabemos que
short
esto es
term.
efectivamente así, y
We're
sabemos que
not
algunas empresas
naive. We know that
van
that is the
a
case and that many companies
van a
are
cometer la
going
temeridad de hacer algo
to be
semejante. Sin embargo,
thinking of doing such
en
a
el medio y
thing,
en el
but
largo
in
plazo,
the medium
hacer
to
algo
long
así
term, doing something
sería
such as
claramente
that would
contraproducente
clearly
porque
be
generaría una
counterproductive
absoluta
because
desconfianza.
it would create a complete lack of trust.
Dicho esto, podemos
Now,
concluir que la
having said that,
inteligencia
we can
artificial
conclude
supone
that
al mismo riesgo,
AI
al mismo tiempo, perdón,
entails at
una
the same
oportunidad
time an
inédita y un
opportunity
riesgo
and
tremebundo. La expresión riesgo tremebundo
profound
es técnica,
risk.
quizás no lo hayáis escuchado
You might not
antes.
have
Un riesgo
heard this
tremebundo para
previously,
las
but a
empresas.
profound risk for companies. Now,
Afortunadamente, las ciencias del comportamiento nos
fortunately,
pueden ayudar a
behavioral
maximizar las
science can
oportunidades y
help us
disminuir los
maximize
riesgos.
opportunities
Acerca de esto
and
hemos
reduce
estado hablando
risks.
también
We've
estas
also
jornadas.
been talking about
Nos
that
pueden
during
ayudar a
these 2
mejorar la
last days.
segmentación y el
They can
perfilado
help us
psicológico de las
improve the
audiencias
segmentation
cuando
and
utilicemos la
psychological
inteligencia
profiling
artificial.
of audiences
Nos
when we
pueden
use AI.
guiar en el
They can
entrenamiento
also
de las
guide
nuevas
us in
tecnologías
training new technologies
para que avancen en
so that
direcciones
they
que
might
garanticen la
advance in a
veracidad de los
direction that will
contenidos y la
guarantee the
ausencia de
truthfulness
sesgos
of content
y,
and the absence of
por
bias.
supuesto,
And obviously,
nos pueden ayudar a
they
evitar que
can
las
help us
empresas
avoid
caigan en la
companies fall
tentación,
in
porque la tentación existe,
the
de usar
trap,
patrones
because there is the
oscuros
temptation
como
of
ofreciendo
doing so, of
alternativas
using
éticas
dark
que sean
patterns
igual o más eficaces
instead
tanto en el
of
medio como en
offering
el largo,
ethical
en el largo
alternatives
plazo.
that will be
Si
more
somos capaces
beneficial
de
in
generar
the
estas
long term.
alternativas
If we can
éticas,
generate these
eficaces
ethical
en el medio y en el largo
alternatives that
plazo,
are efficient
vamos
in
a
the
generar
long
una mayor
and
confianza con
mid-term, we
stakeholders,
will
con
generate
consumidores,
a
con
greater
usuarios,
trust
y por
with
lo tanto todos vamos
stakeholders,
a salir
users,
beneficiados.
consumers, and we will all benefit from it.
Además del impacto psicológico y
It's not
sociológico
only the
que las nuevas
psychological
tecnologías pueden
and
tener en los clientes y
social
usuarios,
impact that
es muy
new technologies
importante que
can
tengamos
have
en
on
cuenta
users,
sus
we also
posibles
have to take
efectos
into account the
antropológicos.
anthropological
Por ejemplo,
impacts
en el
that they could
contexto
have, for
laboral.
instance, in the work
Pensemos en lo
context and the market and the labor
cualquiera de
market.
nosotros
So
nos
if
propusieran
we
trabajar
were
menos,
to be
ganando
offered
exactamente
to
lo mismo,
work
yo creo
less,
que cualquiera de nosotros
getting
aceptaría la
paid
propuesta
just
sin
as much,
pensarlo.
I'm sure that we would all
En
accept,
cambio,
wouldn't we?
¿qué sucedería
But what would
si nos
happen
ofrecieran la
if we were
posibilidad de
offered the
cobrar nuestro salario
possibility of
intacto,
getting
sin
our
trabajar
salary
nada
paid
en
without
absoluto
having
o de
to
manera
work
muy
at
anecdótica?
all or in an
Estamos
anecdotal
convencidos de que algo
kind of
semejante no tendría ningún tipo de
in an
efecto negativo
anecdotal way. Well, I'm
en la
sure
concepción
that
que tenemos de nosotros
it,
mismos, en
you
nuestra
wouldn't
autoestima
think
y, por lo
about
tanto,
the impact that that could have
en
on
nuestra
us, in
calidad
our
de vida.
identity, self-esteem,
La
and
respuesta no es tan
quality of
sencilla
life.
como puede
Well,
parecer
actually,
en
the
un
answer
primer
is not
momento.
as simple as it might seem at first
En
hand.
Occidente
In the
predominan
Western
dos
world, we
concepciones del
have
trabajo.
two different conceptions of work.
Los católicos
Catholics
pensamos
think,
que el
we
trabajo es una
think,
maldición divina
that
que se nos
work
impuso
is
por cometer la
divine
desgracia de comer
damnation that
demasiadas
was
piezas de
imposed
fruta
on
en el
us
jardín de
because
Edén.
we ate too much fruit
Los
in the
protestantes,
Garden of
en
Eden.
cambio,
Protestants,
defienden
on
que
the
el
other
trabajo
hand consider that work is what allows you to be on your way to personal realization. So work is a reward in and of itself. So I have been raised in Spain, which is a Catholic country. So if work is something that is good in and of itself, then I'd rather have others use that good thing. And I'm not in a hurry to reach the heavens, so that's fine, thank you. And I think that most of us are not Protestant because we have been lucky to be born in sunny countries where you can be genuinely happy, and that obviously has an impact in our way of seeing the world and religiousness as well. Despite that, even we build much of our identity around our employment, our job. We are that which we do to earn our money. If we were robbed of our job, even if we were still getting our salary, the conception we have of ourselves would be somehow damaged. We would become those leisurely fat people who appear on Wall-E that we find so sad. Why do we think it's sad? That's what I do on Sundays. Why is that sad? Just eating and watching TV. That is why when we talk about the impact that new technologies could have in the labor market, we're not just talking about how they could affect the revenue of the company, of the families, which is obviously an important matter, but we're also talking about the anthropological impact that they could have on us. AI, more specifically, is threatening to steal from us all those tasks that only human beings could have done up till now. How could that impact us? So I'll go back to Ortega y Gasset, my pal, Ortega y Gasset. So in order to answer to this question, we need to understand the intimate relationship, because it's an intimate relationship that human beings have with technology. In his essay, Meditation of Technique, Ortega y Gasset says, man, whether he wants or not, has to build himself. What Ortega y Gasset is saying with these words is that human beings are incomplete animals who, in order to survive and develop themselves, require an extension through culture and technology which constitute a second nature to them. When I say that human beings extend through culture and technology, it might seem that I'm using some sort of metaphor or rhetorical figure, but I'm actually being absolutely literal. Let's just stop at this point here. When we multiply 237 times 456 using a simple technology, which is pen and paper. Pen and paper allow us to make an operation that otherwise, by using just our brain, we would be incapable of solving, or it would require an immense effort on our part, a very tiring effort. But in this case, these tools, paper and pen, allow us to extend our cognition and improve our capacities and aptitudes. They allow us to do things that otherwise we would not be able to do. They're like crutches, like cognitive crutches. And this sort of technology has been considered by Andy Clark and David Chalmers. They consider them coupled technologies or coupled systems. Well, they call them coupled systems. We call them coupled technologies because I think it fits best with a concept we are dealing with. I actually recommend this book because it's very interesting, especially in the times we live in. So coupled technologies are, for instance, pen and paper, or maps, computers, phones, voice assistants, augmented reality goggles, and so on. This helps us think in a more efficient way, and since they are part of our cognitive processes, they constitute a key part of our identity. What happens with AI is that it produces not just a quantitative but qualitative leap with regards to the prior technologies that, according to Ortega y Gasset, we use to self-construct or to build ourselves. So AI is not just a technology with an augmentative character to it, but it also can substitute other things, something that we had not seen previously. Does this mean that we should be worried to become obsolete, so that humans become obsolete? Nothing further from the truth, at least due to two reasons. First of all, because AIs solve problems of a technical nature that have to do with how things can be done. Nevertheless, human beings are the ones who establish the why. This is very philosophical, I know, but what does it mean? Well, what it means is that it's true that technology is going to offer us better answers, but for it to offer us better answers, there needs to be someone who's asking the right questions, and we are the ones who have to ask the right questions. And the second reason why we will not become obsolete is because as time goes by, all technology loses its differential value. The fact that a company has access to the internet is right now no competitive advantage, because all companies have access to the internet. In the future, AI and any other technology that becomes popular will be insufficient to really differentiate oneself in the market. So that is why human resources will still be needed for the success of any organization, whether it's public or private. Now, in order to make sure that new technologies will not have a negative impact in employees, teams, processes in our companies, we need for it to be implemented by respecting the experimental steps of the sciences of behavior.
Now, behavioral sciences ensure that employees, who are the raw material of any company, use technologies to develop the full potential, or in the words of Ortega y Gasset, to self-construct or construct themselves in the best possible way. We want companies to construct themselves in the best possible way. Now, without behavioral science, technology is just an expensive fetish that is unable to make any difference. Now, let me try to, I'm the one to the left, so let me try to explain the latter with a little joke. It goes like this: I swim much slower than a shark, but I run much faster. So, if we were competing in a triathlon, the decisive race would be the cycling race. This is a very funny joke because it's absurd. A shark would never be able to bike, and I would never be able to finish a triathlon. However, in the business world, we encounter very similar scenarios to the one we've just seen. There are many companies that still think that with technology and old habits, they can lead the race of a never-changing future. And they do not realize that if they are not able to get on the behavioral science bike, they will lose the competition even before it has ever begun. Now, it doesn't matter how advanced its technology and how long its track record is. If a company does not embrace behavioral science, it is only a matter of few years before competitors overtake it and wonder what the hell is a shark doing on the street. Now, I believe this is obvious for us, but the question is then, why so many companies still not apply behavioral science? Gonzalo Camina, you probably know him already. He puts it very eloquently. What he says is that all companies want to be the first to do something for the second time. Now, if you suggest something that is completely new, completely different, they probably say that it's very risky, and they would say no. Now, if you suggest something that all competitors do, then they will come up on board, maybe too late, but you come up on board at least. Now, precisely because of this, this summit that we've held is so important. You have shared success stories with us, you've been very generous about it, and this will motivate many other companies to follow the path of behavioral science. Now, having this in mind, I would like to offer to our audience 2 pieces of advice. First of all, it is addressed to CEOs. As we have said many times, maybe the most sensible thing you can do is to become behaviorally driven organizations, BDOs, meaning companies that embrace behavioral science in order to make decisions based on scientific evidence. Now, becoming a BDO is a process that requires time, that requires effort and money. But as many companies have shown us, like BBVA or Bank Coppel, this is something that it's definitely worth it. Now, when it comes to employees, even if you're not CEOs, I do recommend something else: to get trained in human and social sciences, and in particular in behavioral science applied to decision-making processes. Now, it is true. It is true, and very recently, the human and social sciences were the best vaccine against the possibility of entering the labor market. This is still true. And I myself, I studied philosophy because I was scared that if I studied something else, I may find a job. And look at me, here I am. However, things are not as they used to be. As I said, design and implementation of new technologies will require deeper knowledge when it comes to human being. Now, I must admit, again, finding an anthropologist or a philosopher working in a big company is weirder than coming up with a BMW that respects the speed limits. The beauty of humanities lies precisely in the fact that they do not exist only to feed the voracious appetite of the capital, but it adds a different perspective, a human perspective to the market, and this helps us our lives to be wealthier. In every product and service space that we offer to consumers, we are building the future of tomorrow. Now, I trust that all together, we will be able to build the best version of ourselves. Thank you very much.
¿Qué tal fue escuchar?
How was that? How was it listening to Mr. Hello? I see some of you with jaw dropped, but probably this was also a good way to have some food for thought. Now, we have spoken throughout these past 2 days. We said that behavioral sciences are much more than a tool. It's a global movement. Every person, every organization, every region applies these sciences with different nuances. Now, I believe that all of us have a common objective. We have a common purpose to understand the human behavior in order to transform organizations and our societies. Now, I don't know if you're as nerdy as I am when it comes to the Olympic Games, but even if you don't know much about it, you have probably seen something, a relay race, and you would see how people fight together to reach the goal. Now, these days I've had the same feeling. I think organizations and individuals, everyone who has participated in these 2 days, we are working together to build a pathway to behavioral science, and I think this is amazing. Each one of us is part of this global network, a network that is promoting a big change. We have shared many things these past few days, and you will probably bring some food for thoughts for your companies. We are not only here to improve processes and results. We want to do something else. We want to create an environment where people can be the best version of themselves. So we want you to bring home a certainty, meaning that you are part of something much bigger than us. We are on our pathway to changing and transforming the world, to having a more empathic world, more humane. Thank you very much for being part of this second summit edition organized by Behavioral Way, and thank you very much for sharing with us this commitment. Let's keep working together and see you next time.